I said, further back.
Shalom, everybody. Just trying to get going. Today's one of those days. Salaki, I hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's having a blessed Shabbat. Let me see, there we go. Let me break this down a little bit. Okay. All right, we're there. Well, wherever it goes. Wherever it goes. All right. Let's get rolling. Once again, hope everybody's doing well. We were kind of we were pretty extended yesterday. Salaki, we couldn't have class yesterday. Everybody was spread everywhere. It just wasn't a great day for us, but we're gonna try to make it right today, Monday, and the rest of the weeks, and so forth and so on. So, without further ado, Amajim, Wapanya, Yirah Shalom. Rise and face the east. Sitting on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all sloppy, bro. It's cool.
Barakatay, how about Hashem Yahushai?
Barakatay, how about Hashem Yahushai?
Hahawa'am.
Hawa'am.
Nathalanel.
Talanel.
Awar. Zayawam.
Tawada.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the light this day to see. Thanks, so be it.
Barakatay, how about Hashem Yahushai?
Barakatay, how about Hashem Yahushai?
Hahawa'am.
Hawa'am.
Nathalanel.
Talanel.
Rayak.
Rayak.
Nayachacha.
Yachacha.
Tawada.
Aman.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. I'm going to cut it off. I'm trying to cut it off. I'm cut it off.
Just put the volume on.
Cut the volume off. Like this all the time.
Okay. Amajim, Wapanya, Yirah Shalom. Rise and face Jerusalem. Once again, Shalom Israel. We're about to get these prayers in. Barakatay, how about Hashem Yahushai?
Barakatay, how about Hashem Yahushai?
Hahawa'am.
Hawa'am.
Nathalanel.
Talanel.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Yanyamya.
Al. Paharyam.
Paharyam.
Ma'aya.
Ma'aya.
Yabu'ah.
Yabu'ah.
Isaiah.
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 Yabu'ah.
Yabu'ah.
Ma.
Yahweh.
Yahweh. Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa'arataza.
Wa'arataza.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yanathan.
Yanathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shashamarya.
Shemaria.
Hana.
Hana.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Yashan.
Yashan.
Shashawamar.
Shemor.
Shashawamar.
Shemor.
Shashawamar.
Shashawamor.
Yasha'ala.
Yashal.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shemaria.
Shemaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Ayah.
Ayah.
Yanyamya.
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 Yad.
Yad.
Hashamash.
Hashemash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakaya.
Hakaya.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamaria.
Yashemaria.
Mako.
Mako.
Rai.
Rai.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napasha.
Napasha.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Hawalakia.
Hawalakia.
Wabawa'aya.
Waba'aya.
Wabawa'aya.
Waba'aya.
Ma'aitha.
Ma'aitha.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ai.
Iwalam.
Awalam.
Aman.
Aman. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yashalom.
Shema Yashalom.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Alahayanawa. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad. Shema Yashalom.
Shema Yashalom.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Alahayanawa. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yashalom.
Shema Yashalom.
Yahweh. Alahayanawa. Yahweh. Echad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh, our power, Yahweh is one.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwatka, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Natalanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachanawa, Chawatinawa, Kasalachanawa, Chawatinawa, Wala'ah, Thabianawa, Barasawan, Abo, Hawashayanawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwat, Waha'ala, Wathaparath, La'ai Walamyam.
Amen. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. The Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Aya,
Panya. Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Tha'aina, Laka, Pasal, Wala'a, Tha'aibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Thalachwacha, Sham, Yahweh,
Bashawa. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabbat,
Lakwadashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Tharatazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Thaganaw.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Tha'aina. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Thachamad. Ko, Asherah.
Lara'ika. Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Israel Yeshabi. Okay. So, we are back in Deuteronomy. We're still dealing with the Moses' farewell address. He's going to sit back here and continue to warn and instruct the Jews of the judgments that are necessary to keep the Most High's favor. He's continuing to emphasize the frame of mind we're supposed to have before we get our inheritance. Okay? So the first verse we're starting off at is Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 10. Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 10. Now, Adam, let's get started, sir. Let me get you. Sorry. No, you're there. Get a little water with your Mom Shabbat. Shoulder width apart. Yeah.
Adam Shal Shabbatah Ban Yahawada Ban Yasharala.
Adam Shal Shabbatah Ban Yahawada Ban Yasharala. I imagine. Right. Yahawah Shem Shabbatah. All right. Next time we salute, then you salute back. All right. Okay, so Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 10. Let's get started.
When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Most High thy power hath delivered them into thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman.
So this is still dealing with an aspect of rules of engagement, rules of war, rules of, I guess, the casualties of war, or the spoils of war, I should say. Not casualties, but the spoils. So if there's a woman that is, I guess, of meritable age, or a woman that this man desired after they've overcome a war, and she's captive, read on.
And hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife, then thou shalt bring her home to thine house, and she shall shave her head and pare her nails.
To pare her nails means to cut her nails. She would shave her head and pare her nails. The shaving of the hair represents being humbled, starting fresh, and being brought into this new land. She's humbled, and now she has to follow the ways of her new husband. Read on.
And she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in thine house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month.
So pretty much she was given a month of mourning, a month of overcoming the past before he takes her. Okay? But once he takes her or marries her and brings her to his house, she takes off the captive's garments. Now she puts on the garments of her husband. Then she gets the 30 days to mourn her family. Read on.
And after that, thou shalt go in unto her.
So there's still procedures and ways before we're supposed to deal with the captive's women. We're still not allowed to be this brute beast and just take what we want and roll with no repercussions behind it. Read on.
And be her husband, and she shall be thy wife. And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will. But thou shalt not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not make merchandise of her, because thou hast humbled her.
So even when we're dealing with these laws, what you're going to find out, we've talked about it in our school for quite a while. When dealing with the law of Moses, the law was really the parameters of consciousness, the parameters of how to be civil, brotherly, sisterly, considerate of one another. So what he's saying is, if you took her and you don't want to deal with her, you can let her go, but you can't sit back here and make a profit out of her. So what it's showing you is that was the nature of our people. You know, it's crazy. We still came. This is just second generation of Israel, and we still had a lot of that Egypt in us. That old world mind frame where people were commodities. And he said, if you took her as a wife, you can't sit back now and treat her like a slave and sell her for money and make her be a slave for somebody else. Read on.
If a man have two wives, one beloved and another hated.
Even we're going into this part. Now he's kind of changing it. He says, if a man has two wives, one beloved and another hated, what will make a man hate his woman? Hate's a strong. Let's go to the definition of hatred. Can we? Can we somebody define what the hell hatred is? I get pissed off, frustrated. I don't want to talk to her today. I had a couple of days off. I get that. But hatred, hate, it said to dislike greatly. To have a great aversion to. Can you look up aversion for me?
Yeah.
A great aversion. It expresses less than abhor, detest, and abominate. Whoa, these are just some strong words. A great aversion to.
Aversion means opposition or repugnance of mind.
Well, I gotta look at repugnance. Repugnancy, opposition of mind, reluctance, unwillingness, opposition, or struggles, resistance. I can get having looking at things opposite. I can get frustration. I can get anger, but hatred. That's a strong thing. But what it's showing you is that Israel rolled like that. We would sit back here and be completely in love with one and just treat the other one like crap. And it shows us that is how mankind operates. That's how mankind operates. So what he's saying is, instead of teaching Israel to figure out why the hell you hate this one and what is it that you can do with the one that you hate to make things right, what Moses explained is that there's one you hate and there's one you love. Read on.
And they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated. And if the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be, when he maketh his sons to inherit that which he hath, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated.
What happens?
So yeah, because that's the other part of it. The one that's the favorite, even though that son might be the second or third born son, a lot of times that son will get all of the damn goodies.
That's the Most High is against partiality.
Well, the Most High is against partiality. But it went into specifics when Christ came down. Because once again, the law of Moses, and I'm not here to knock the law of Moses, but when you're dealing with the law of Moses, the Most High kind of gave us the
basic framework.
It was the framework of these are the extremes you're allowed to go. You can't go any more extreme than this. I'm not going to deal with the fact that you have a hateful heart. I'm not going to deal with your hateful intentions about your wife. I'm just not going to let your hatred destroy the other person's life.
The next generation.
Yes, I'm not going to let your son and your children be affected by your hatred towards this woman. It still doesn't deal with the issue at hand. Why is this son of a gun a hateful dude? Why does he hate this woman? And he doesn't go into that, but it just explains, okay, I'm not dealing with the hatred of this person's heart, but at least the kids won't suffer. And there's limits to where your cruelty can go as a husband. But Christ comes down afterwards, and he starts to explain how that hateful heart has to go. If you can find something about hateful heart, or and what Christ talking about, maybe Raka or something like that, to kind of tie in with this, because that's really where I kind of want to go as we're bouncing back and forth into these laws. It's not that what Moses was saying was wrong. It was just Moses understood the extremes of our people, and he had to establish just a basic framework so we just wouldn't be completely cruel and hateful individuals. Because the crazy thing is, once again, Moses didn't talk about the hatred that he has towards his wife. He just said, listen, don't take the hatred that you have towards your woman out on your children. Don't be that guy. So, let's continue in verse 16.
Which is indeed the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn.
This is verse 17. Read on.
By giving him a double portion of all that he hath. For he is the beginning of his strength, and the right of the firstborn is his.
Exactly. So you can't sit back here and undo the right of the firstborn because you got partiality. Let's find that. This is a verse. Let me see. Give me 1 second.
It says hate, intense or passionate dislike.
I want to go
That's crazy.
1 Timothy chapter 1. 1 Timothy 5 and 21.
First Timothy chapter 5 and verse 21. I charge thee before the Most High and Yahushua and the elect angels that thou observe these things without preferring one before another, doing nothing by partiality.
And this was the greater understanding. We weren't supposed to operate in partiality at all. So why is there this situation where even if by nature a person wants to be partial, we have a responsibility to fight not to deal and function in the spirit of partiality. And all partiality is preferring one person over another.
It says unfair bias or favor of one thing or person compared with another. Favoritism.
Exactly. It says with undue bias of mind to one party or side.
Undue though.
Yeah, it's not right.
There's not you don't have a strong enough justification to be preferential.
But you know why? When it deals in a home situation or in a husband and wife situation. We're going to go to Matthew 5 later, sir. It's some more topics that deal with this situation. But that undue bias deals with just who I'm comfortable with. Who I'm comfortable with and who I'm more naturally inclined to flow with. And what the Most High is saying, if I choose a marriage partner, if I choose a wife, I might have 2 wives or more, whatever. I might cling naturally to one, but if I don't cling as naturally to the other one, then I still have a responsibility to find this common ground. So I just don't sit back and focus and pick favorites.
Which is the easiest path.
It's easier, and it's natural. It's natural to cleave to who you're around and to cleave to your like. But it doesn't give us an excuse. If I have a natural connection to somebody, I still have to work and bust my tail to connect to the other, or to find greater connections that we can identify with. Half the time, it's just because the 2 parties don't want to work hard enough to find a greater common balance to each other. But once again, this was something that Christ was more about teaching versus Moses. And what you're going to sit back here, when we're sitting back here reading the law of Moses, and as we sit back here and read about what Christ was teaching, or the law of Christ, you're going to realize that Christ's message was a more elevated, advanced approach to looking at life and situations as to Moses. Moses gave us the foundation. He gave us the foundation and the building blocks on how to live, act, and function. But after those building blocks were established, Christ sat back here and gave us advanced concepts. Because now, Christ dealt with the motivations of the heart, the thinking of the mind, and the intention on the inside.
Yeah, I got 2 right here. Proverbs 11 and 1.
Mm-hmm.
Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 1. A false balance is an abomination to the Most High.
So the Most High is about just measures, just balance. He's still dealing with the spirit of being a proper judge. And when you deal with the kingship that entered into Israel once we allow Saul to become king, it's about preference. Whoever the king prefers, that's the person that gets the duty and responsibility. Mm-hmm. The Most High is about judgment, which is what? According to his idea, according to his likes, the judgment, responsibility, or duty will be distributed based on what the Most High says. When you deal with the law, or the law of Moses, we're dealing with basic cultural structure. And we have to understand
the basic moral judgment, structure, and judgment from breaking those moral codes.
Because Israel has a tendency to assimilate. with other nations. And when we assimilate, we completely adapt to the cultural structure of other society.
And then you have to also understand that structure, this structure what Moses was establishing and teaching us was still eons advanced from what the rest of the world was operating on as far as on a moral level. But there was still more lessons that we had to learn as time progressed. What I want to explain about the false balances. Listen, initially when you get to the basic understanding of a false balance, what Dawiya said is correct, but false balances were used to make money and exploit people when you were trading. So if I had a weight system that was used to measure how much barley or corn or wheat I was going to sit back here and pay you for, if I had a false balance, the balance might say 15 pounds, but it was really 20 pounds of barley. So now I sat back here and paid you for 15 pounds of barley, but really got 20 pounds of barley. So what it's saying is those false balances are an abomination because he didn't want us robbing the people, take advantage of the people. But whether it's false balances in business or if it's false balances in how I look at people, it's the same issue. And the Most High still has the same issue when we're sitting back here and we don't deal with people in the same light. If we don't judge people and work on people and deal with people and give them the same benefit of the doubt.
And as a husband, I owe an honorable portion to both of my ribs. If I have two ribs, I owe an honorable portion of my spirit to both, but not on the basis of this one appreciates the same music I like. This one
I can just connect easier to this person.
Yeah, this one likes the same things I like. This one right here does. We don't have the same carnal connections. We're supposed to have the same.
Because that's really why there's the partiality.
Partiality. The root of partiality is about maintaining or keeping or having the same carnal connections. The Most High is against us using carnal connections to bond. We're supposed to have spiritual connections to bond.
Exactly, and I can't prefer the one over the other because this one taps into my flesh more than this one. If we're going to sit back and deal with the purest form of doing things right, there's a reason when you sit back and read in Genesis that the Most High chose Leah and kept having her have the children over Rachel.
God.
Rachel was the more beautiful. She was the one that always got the favor, but Leah was the one that was the truest of heart. To the point of who was the one that had the Babylon had the Canaanite garment, had a Canaanite god? Was it Leah? The image? Did Leah have the images or did Rachel have the images? It was Rachel.
Rachel had images.
And she was the one that knew how to play the game
and
make people like her.
God.
There's a reason Most High gave her 2 children. And this is what the Most High was showing.
Who were those 2 kids though? Was it Dan?
No. I wasn't Dan.
Okay,
They can't say that, bro.
Okay.
It was actually Benjamin and Joseph.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was Benjamin and Joseph.
Which turned out to be his.
It was, and that's the point. They tried to be his favorites. That's the point. Oh, now I need Benjamin back. Like, damn, what about everybody else? I'm smart. I can do good things. And it goes back to that. That partiality has an effect
Down the line.
Down the line. But I can tell you this from experience. It's more work to bridge those gaps between the people that you don't connect with versus the person that you do connect with. And a lot of times it's just easier to flow with the person that you can kind of process and connect with versus connecting with the person who is just completely opposite of how you do things. And that's also where that partiality comes from. It takes a lot of damn work to work through miscommunications, a lack of understanding, bumping heads, arguing here because you don't understand why a person does what they do, because that's where that partiality kicks in. Why in the hell did this person say it this way? Why did they respond to me this way? Why can't this person just communicate like this other person? Because they're not the same person.
Exactly.
But that's the work.
One person may be an outward communicator. and they may say things. They're really more honest because they'll tell you to your face the problem, and another person may be quiet.
And you got to go on fishing expeditions to figure out what the damn problem is.
But it's still the same level of issue.
And then it still requires the same amount of time. No, it still requires the fact that you put the time in to figure both spirit out.
Yeah.
And that's the catch. And that's where the partiality kicks in, because sometimes it's just easier to flow with the person that you can kind of understand easier or quicker.
So bare minimum, if we're going to court and this man dies and his inheritance has to be distributed, you can't do it based on favoritism.
Or not even just whether they're about to die. This nigga's live and well. I choose Bobby. I like Bobby because I like Mary.
What about me?
I like Mary though. That's why. And no other reason. And Most High is showing us in Deuteronomy. Listen, on the basic level, don't sit back here and be partial with your children. The firstborn is the firstborn, regardless of if you have a favorite or not. But then Christ sits back here and augments that, and says we're not supposed to have partiality with anybody. Get what I'm saying? That's the mindset. Let's continue to go in Deuteronomy chapter 21.
In verse 18.
Yes.
If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father.
There are some stubborn and rebellious children. And you can have, you can have the greatest household, most stable situation, and they still rebellious and stubborn. Read on.
Or the voice of his mother, and that when they have chastised him, will not hearken unto them.
Mm-hmm.
Then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and bring him out unto the elders of the city, and unto the gate of his place. And they shall say unto the elders of his city, this is our son, who was stubborn and rebellious.
They didn't put him on more poetry to make it sure.
Nah, right, yeah.
They didn't make it entertainment out.
Some 13-year-old little brat.
Cussing people out on TV. Yeah, it wasn't none of that. It was real judgment. Had to be made an example.
But once again, these are still extremes. These are, shalom Bakar, shalom everybody. These are still extremes about like what you can and what you can't do. What's too much and what's not enough. So pretty much what they're saying is, if this kid is too much, you have the right to take it here. Now, are you gonna want to sit back here and kill your son dead, or are you gonna keep wanting to work on him? Mm-hmm. Once again, he's showing us what is the most extreme thing you can do if a kid ain't listening to you, if your son's not listening to you. Now read on.
He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard.
And when you sit back here and deal with the definition of being a glutton, it's a person who just lives in extremes. It's a person that lives in extremes. So a person that lives in extremes and is constantly chasing another buzz. Read on.
And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. So shalt thou put evil away from among you, and all Israel shall hear and fear.
Listen, the kids gonna fear. Sitting back here and seeing some damn, your buddy that you was hanging out with, trying to be cool with your little leather coats. Yeah. This dude gets killed. Your boy gets killed for being rebellious. Now listen, once again, those are extreme worst case scenarios. You would hope that there's correction, fire, and just more counseling work. And hopefully a person will get better over time. But he's giving you examples of what you could do back in those days to eradicate a situation. Read on.
And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be to be put to death, and thou hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but thou shalt in any wise bury him that day. For he that is hanged is a curse of the Most High.
And have we heard of this before? He says this person that is committed a sin worthy of death, he shall be hung on a tree. Now you sit back here and kind of go into the history of hanging on trees with the Jews. It says of particular interest to us is the statement that a man who was executed and hanged on a tree is under the curse of the Heavenly Father. According to the Talmud, Sanhedrin, the great Sanhedrin described or decided that a man must be hanged with his face towards the spectators upon a wooden stake, with his arms slung over a horizontal beam. It shall be noted that this is technically not the same thing as the gruesome practice of Roman crucifixion, but it kind of looks like it is and it kind of sounds like it is. The reasoning based on this verse was apparently used to justify the execution of Christ. Now we all know that Christ didn't commit no sin, but we also know that they made up a sin, and then they complained to Pilate just to get Christ died, and this was the conventional way of execution with the Jews, is being hung on a tree.
I'll pull it right here. Galatians 3:13. Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law, which is the consequence of the law, breaking the law, being made a curse for us.
And Christ became that curse, because you read in Deuteronomy 21 that if you're hung, you're cursed. So he had to take on all the curses of his people, so that his people could not be, now can break the curse that the Most High had on his people. And this is why this is the symbolism behind this chapter in Deuteronomy. If you was hung, the way you were hung on these wooden planks. No different than it was that you was getting hung and killed like the Roman crucifixion. It's very similar to how the executions happen. But that action was a curse. So like you said in Galatians 3, that had to happen, is Christ had to take on all the curses of our people.
And also too, down the line, you know, as far as they call it the American South, I think we're kind of hung all over the states, not just the South, right? Our people were habitually hung. Even Gad and even Issachar were hung. There's pictures of them getting hung too. But it just shows this is a cursed condition to be hung. And Esau, when they had us hung, they used to let birds get us. We used to rot for days.
Yep.
The wind used to blow. People used to smell it. It was made to be an example and to be a tactic to instill more fear in the people.
Yep. It was like a symbol of this is what happens when you break the Romans law, or even back in the day with our people. This is what happens when you cross the railroad tracks at night.
Come.
Go to Romans chapter 9, verse 1 through 3. This goes along with Galatians about Christ dying was taking on those curses for us. Romans chapter 9, verse 1 through 3.
Romans chapter 9, verse 1.
Yeah.
I say the truth in Yahweh Shai, I lie not. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Spirit, that I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart.
This is Paul talking, and he had great heaviness in his mind. Read on.
For I could wish that myself were accursed from Yahweh Shai for my brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh.
And Paul was saying that he wished he could have took on the curses of his people, like Christ took on the curses of his people. And the way Christ took those curses on was to take on that murdering and hanging on that tree. And he was just showing you that Paul understood the power behind what Christ did and how he had to take on those cursings just for the sake of Israel being redeemed. And Paul wanted to go to the same thing, and I think Paul did, but I think Paul got killed upside down. It's even more gruesome.
He wasn't worthy to be. He said he wasn't worthy to be hung like Christ, or to be crucified like Christ.
Like Christ, so he died the other way, which is even more worse. But okay, so let's go back to Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 23, latter half. That thy land be not defiled, which the Most High thy power giveth thee for an inheritance.
So what he's saying is, you had to bury that person that day. That's why when Christ died, he was buried before the sun went down, because that was the law of hanging. You kill somebody, they had to go down that night, because it wasn't about sitting back here defiling our people's bodies. Okay, because that's what the Canaanites and them did. That's what the Egyptians did. They were on another level with their defilement. Chapter 22.
Deuteronomy chapter 22. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide thyself from them.
And do what?
Hide thyself from them.
Accountability to your brother.
Yep.
That's what hiding myself means. If I'm hiding myself, is I'm taking the occasion to run from responsibility I have to my kindred.
Or I'm just going to act like my whatever I got going on is more important than this man's livelihood running away. Because that's what our people do. Our people are so consumed with their life, they'd rather live their life than sit back here and be inconvenienced for their brother. Because that's the root of it.
Yeah.
What he's saying is, you can't sit back here and see your brother catching hell. His ox or sheep is going astray. And you choose to be preoccupied with whatever you got going on in your life, because you're choosing and you're saying that whatever you're going through in your life is more important than sitting back here and helping this brother in need.
This is the root of a lot of strivings amongst Israel. This is the root of a lot of camp turbulence.
Mm-hmm.
This is the root of brothers' houses being tripped out. Brothers arguing and fighting, incessant tit for tat arguments.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it is the spirit of I'm not looking or I'm not making myself accountable for the needs of the man next to me.
I'm going to show you. We're going to hit this up. Second Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 10 down.
2 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 10.
Now listen. Deuteronomy kind of explains it just on a sheep and ox level. You know, it's like, listen, you can't let your sheep or this dude's bullock run off and you know he needs it. So go ahead, because they obviously branded animals, you know who's who. So you weren't supposed to sit back here and let that man's ox go, and you don't sit back here and bring it back to him. Now 2 Corinthians 8 is another level of what this verse in 22:1 is talking about. Read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 10.
2 Corinthians chapter 8 verse 10 down to around 14. Read on.
And
matter of fact, 15 probably. Read on.
15. And therein I give my advice, for this is expedient for you.
Now listen, when Paul is saying he's giving his advice, what is he saying? Because when Paul is giving advice, or when Christ was explaining the things he was explaining, well, what were they saying? Before we read it, what was the pattern of what Paul was saying about advice? Don't forget, Paul said in another chapter, if you're burning, do what?
Marry.
But he says if you're gonna be like me, he said what? Go without.
Right, it's good to be single.
And be completely given to the work. So what does he say? So what is his advice?
His opinion.
Okay, no, it's not opinion. His advice, it is opinion, but his advice is talking about there's a greater thing you can push for. It's about, am I going to do the bare minimum?
Yeah.
Am I going to do the bare minimum just to get by? Or are you going to follow this advice and push yourself further?
But you're not going to hell for not.
Right.
And that's my point. And this is what he's saying about his approach. If you're going to sit back and do it my way, this is the greater way you can do it.
And Israel needs black versus white. Israel needs black and white understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Because our people like to look for loopholes. So the law
is the least you can do.
All
exactly.
loopholes.
Yep.
The law, except for like I guess the sacrifice.
Yep.
You want to keep sinning, you can keep the best animal, which is stupid.
Well, not anymore, because when Christ died, there was no more.
That was the last loophole.
Exactly.
But there are higher degrees of being righteous.
And that is what Paul and Christ were trying to explain. There were greater levels of effort. There were greater levels of consideration. There were greater levels of mercy and love and good works.
For example, the law does state if a person sins and is caught in adultery, like what? Mary Magdalene, right?
God.
The law does state, as the Pharisees were pushing, they were right.
Yeah.
They were right. The law of Moses does state she should be killed. She was caught in the act of adultery. She should be put to death. The law of Moses does teach that. But Christ was just adding, there's a varying degree, a higher degree of righteousness, which is what? Repentance.
And mercy.
If she gets the opportunity to have mercy, that leaves room for her to rehabilitate, repent,
and do greater works,
and atone with the Father.
And
so
was
Christ anti law of Moses, or was he pro further development, pro atonement.
Yep.
Versus just if she's put to death. Listen, she can be put to death and the law will be kept.
But she can't do anything. Listen, you're right. She can be put to death, and that sin is gone. But there's no way for her. You can't do greater works when you're dead.
That's what David said, and that's what Solomon said. There's no praising the Most High in the grave.
Exactly.
There's no praising the Lord in the grave. Once I'm in the grave, it's done. There's no more opportunity to show the Most High that I'm trying to be loyal to His cause, to His righteous cause.
Huh.
So all Yahushua was doing was leaving room for growth.
Yep.
He was leaving room for growth because that was necessary.
And this is what Paul was doing also.
Because he said, "Be followers of me, as I am of Christ," looking for room for spiritual growth.
Exactly.
But the law does give you the basic cultural framework to not be an Egyptian.
Yep. To not roll like a Canaanite.
Is this about not being a Canaanite, or this like being like the King of Kings, Lord of Lords? What is this about? Is this about just not being like a Gentile?
Or just doing just enough to get by? Because that's our people's mindset. Our people's mindset,
I got you.
we're consumed, we're doing enough just to get by, just bare minimum. So, once again, 2 Corinthians 8 and 10 again.
Come.
2 Corinthians chapter 8 and 10.
I didn't hear what you heard, man.
I thought I heard a rat.
I was a spirit, man.
Guess so. And therein I give my advice, for this is expedient for you, who have begun before, not only to do, but also to be forward a year ago.
So Paul is like, it is expedient from my advice, from my experience, to bust your tail to be ahead of the curve.
But you don't have to do that. Listen,
Well,
that's always the argument within the nation of Israel.
And I think that's the greater conflict. I think the greater conflict isn't about wickedness and righteousness. It's about how hard do I have to work to please the Heavenly Father. I think that is the greatest clash amongst Israel now.
Yeah.
It's how much do you give? It's how much do you commit? It's how much do you dedicate to living this life? That's from my experience, I think that's what the clash has been with Israel for the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
And from the time we were in the 90s, there was one all-in approach.
And one standard.
And then after a lot of the falls of different ranking people and leadership in the 90s, then what ended up happening is there was a breakdown or breakup of different calibers of effort, different levels of commitment. That is the biggest discrepancy. How much do you give? Do you strive to be forward a year ago, or are you just going to be a commandment keeper? Which one is it? That's the strive. Or are you going to be somewhere in the middle, in between a commandment keeper and striving like Paul to be forward a year ago? Which one is enough? Which one's the right thing to do? Am I wicked for just being a commandment keeper?
No.
But that's the challenge. That's the struggle. And because the thing is this is the problem. If I'm a commandment keeper and I'm around a bunch of people that are trying to be forward a year ago, is the commandment keeper going to feel comfortable? More than likely, no. Doesn't mean that they're wicked, but this is the struggle and the battle that happens with when you're trying to establish a certain culture in a school, in a camp. These are the clashes and conflicts that you face. What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
I mean, you know what? It just shows that Israel is we're very surface.
Yeah.
To be very honest, I don't want to talk like this, but it's the truth. We're very surface with our spiritual biblical approach, and because we're surface, it creates these intense or long extended arguments and grievances with each other.
Yep.
Paul wasn't saying don't keep the law. Christ was not saying don't keep the law. But in that time period, Christ was the outcast.
Yeah.
Paul was the outcast.
Mm-hmm.
Men pushing a higher degree of spirituality became outcast in that time period.
Yep.
Because the established culture was just strictly,
just do enough to get by, or I'm a sinner, or back in those days it was the righteous guy. You know what's so crazy? The righteous guy was the guy that was like Tobit, that followed the laws.
Come.
He was the guy that was the weirdo because everybody else was do a little bit of do a little serving the Most High, and do a little bit of this God thing.
Yeah.
That was what everybody else was doing. And guys like Sirach were ahead of their time. Like in Ecclesiastes 43:30. You can never go far enough. What does that mean? That means there's multiple levels past just doing the law. But anyway, we're going to get back to the point. I think we drove our point there. Let's read from the top, 2 Esdras 8 and 10 down.
2 Esdras?
I'm sorry. 2 Corinthians. I said Esdras, but it's Corinthians. My fault.
2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse
10.
10.
Let's just give me that strength. I want to read it.
All right. And therein I give my advice, for this is expedient for you, and who have begun before, not only to do, but also to be forward a year ago.
This is Paul's example, and he's like, listen, if you're going to follow me, push to be forward a year ago, be ahead of schedule. Read on.
Verse 11. Now therefore perform the doing of it, that as there was a readiness to will, so there may be a performance also out of that which ye have.
All Paul was saying is, listen, man, stop talking what you're going to do and actually make the significant change. Israel is the king of talking shit about what they plan to do, what they doing, what they fitting to do. We fitting to do something, we about to do something, but a lot of times we don't get it done. So he's like, with all the talking, let there be a readiness and a performance behind it. And if we're about making decisions to perform acts, we can be ahead of schedule. Because unfortunately with our people, we'll sit back here and it takes us years to talk ourselves into committing to something. It takes us years to talk ourselves into actually making significant change. We want to, we say we want to, but we always find a way to go back to our old way. So Paul's like, if it's about being great, let's get a real change in ourselves and cut things cold turkey. Read on.
And really, that comes at the price of simplifying our lives.
Yep.
So the problem why we don't want to make certain changes is because our life won't be as eventful.
Yeah. Eventful is one thing. Or we just don't get what we want.
Exactly.
We lose our flesh. Okay. Let's continue.
2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 12. For if there be first a willing mind, it is accepted according to that a man hath, and not according to that he hath not.
So what he's saying is, if I have a strong willingness to change, that's all I need. You just got to want to change. And your will to change has to be greater than your will to be the same. Because that's where we always fall short. We say we want to change, we say we want to do right, but our willingness doesn't match our effort, our execution. So what Paul is saying is the advanced lesson is, listen, what am I willing to do to make the changes? What am I willing to really cut out of my life? Listen, for me, I'm talking about trying to change my diet and lose this and lose this. I don't want to hear that crap, G. How many miles you gonna run a day? But you know, the spirit and all the battles in the spiritual realm and everything I done got to do with the Most High is getting me in the way of my spiritual goals. You hear what I'm saying? You hear listen, all that mumble talk, all that damn excuses. That was the reason I purposely talk like, the reason is you don't understand all the spiritual battles I'm going through. We all got those damn BS reasons why we can't overcome the issues in ourselves. If there's going to be a willingness of mind, you can get anything done. But a lot of times we talk. We're really not serious about the change. So this is what it takes to show real growth in the Most High in Christ. Read on.
For I mean, not that other men be eased and ye burdened, but by an equality, that now, at this time...
No, read verse 12 from the top again.
Okay. 2 Corinthians 8 and 12. For if there be first a willing mind, it is accepted according to that a man hath, and not according to that he hath not. For I mean, not that other men be eased and ye burdened, but by an equality, that now at this time your abundance may be a supply for their want, that their abundance also may be a supply for your want, that there may be equality.
So what is this verse saying? Now, in Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 1. It was talking about making sure that you looked after your brother and made sure he didn't lose his ox or his sheep or whatever the case is. Here it's saying is that everything I have in abundance should be to the service of the people that don't have abundance.
And people don't like that. People don't like
that's
that.
That's the next level of understanding. Bare minimum is, if you see your brother's stuff over there, your animal getting lost, make sure you sit back and look at the animal and give the animal back to your brother.
Please.
That's the basic.
Basic.
But what Paul was saying, his advice, which is about pushing for gold, is whatever I have in excess has to be to supply the people who need my excess. But a worldly mind frame or a bare minimalist mind frame is my excess should be used however I want to do it and use it. Whatever I have in excess should benefit me. Not everything I have in excess should benefit the people who need. Yes?
Or the person who has that excess and it comes with a lot of really stringent strings to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'll give this to you
if
and only if you use it just for you, that you don't give it to anybody else.
Yes.
I know how you are and you like to give.
Yep. Well, it's got to be given for free.
Mm-hmm.
What you give, what you dedicate to and with is for free. It's for the service of the work. Okay? It's for the service of the work, and it's to make sure that the people that are without have. Now, we are supposed to give to the godly man. I'm not supposed to be giving to Ned the wino all these resources.
When Ned,
Right.
you bang on Ned.
Ned,
You ruined his hookup.
No, I'm not going to lie to you.
You ruined Ned's hookup.
I'm not going to say it, but there's a brother down the way that I think has a chance, bro.
Oh, for real?
Yes, man. And we had a good talk today. So I'm not anti that situation. I'm not anti-Ned's. But Ned got to want to come to class. How about that? I'm not giving Ned what he wants if Ned's going to sit back here and get a bottle of Ripple tonight.
And the homie Ned was cool. I liked him.
I liked
him. I liked him.
No, that's what I'm saying.
He was cool.
That cat over there that's at the store that we go to, he's a cool cat.
Nothing about Ned at other location.
I'm talking about the Ned right here.
I know,
we get coffee every day.
I know, but I'm talking, yeah, he's cool. But I'm talking about the Ned, the Sergey Ned.
I don't know about the Sergey Ned.
They had got him when he was sleeping under the tree.
No, you're giving me a whole other story. You're taking me there.
That's cool.
I don't know that Ned. Point is this: what are we saying?
Yeah.
We're supposed to give to people that are trying to change, but our abundance is used to give to people who have less.
True.
Our abundance is our time, our energy, our effort, our thinking has to go to them. What this is showing is there's more of a proactiveness to our giving versus, okay, if a person is in my hindsight and there's something he needs, let me go out of my way, and if I can easily identify it, I'll give it back. And you understand what I'm saying? There is a difference in consciousness from what we're reading in Deuteronomy 22 to what we're reading here in Corinthians. Okay, 2 Corinthians 8 and what? Where are we at?
15.
Okay.
As it is written, he that had gathered much had nothing over, and he that had gathered little had no lack.
Because it's still showing, if I have the ability to produce and gather more, hold on, just ask. No, just ask.
I need a Bible.
Okay.
I need a...
Because a Bible now, yeah.
Oh,
I have that.
Just put it in the front. Just put it right here. Listen, y'all, just so we know, the way we do it, if just signal us and wave and show, and we'll put everything here. This is the second, third time. Yeah, just say we need a Bible, and we'll get it. Promise. Because they will see a hand kind of doing this.
Dr. Claw.
What's that?
Like, what's going on here, man? Are there like Jews in a dungeon here that are just trying to get Bibles and verses?
Munchkin stuff.
It's not like that in this school. Talking about love and brotherhood. It's like, sir, man, please, no, can I get your Bible, sir, please? Just to read a verse. No, down in the dungeon. You stay. Anyway, so let's get back to Deuteronomy 22 and 1, man.
22 and 1. I don't think we finished the latter half of 23.
23.
Yeah, which the Most High thy power giveth thee for an inheritance.
Yeah, you did, because we read the straight part.
Did we?
Yeah, we read. Yeah, you see me 22 and 1.
Alright. Deuteronomy chapter 22 and verse 1. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray. Yeah, you're right. And hide thyself from them. Thou shalt in any case bring them again unto thy brother.
So this is giving us the basic understanding of consideration, brotherhood, and not sitting back here and letting your brother fall. Or you see your brother fall in a situation, make sure you help him. Corinthians is like, listen, my abundance has got to be given to the people who need. It's not just making sure his stuff isn't damaged. It's got to go beyond that. Read on.
And if thy brother be not nigh unto thee, or if thou know him not, then thou shalt bring him unto thine own house, and it shall be with thee until thy brother seek after it. Slakia. And thou shalt restore it to him again.
Read on.
Verse 3. In like manner shalt thou do with his ass, and so shalt thou do with his raiment, and with all lost thing of thy brothers, which he hath lost, and thou hast found, shalt thou do likewise. Thou mayest not hide thyself.
Okay.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt surely help him to lift them up again.
Regardless of what you're being inconvenienced. Time, energy, money. Read on.
The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. For all that do so are an abomination unto the Most High thy power.
Now you see how we're jumping kind of topics here, because from 21 to 25 is still giving different elements of judgment the Most High has for his people. And obviously this verse, this is why sisters aren't supposed to wear pants. This is why women wear dresses and men don't wear dresses, because a woman's not supposed to wear what pertains to a man, and a man is not supposed to be wearing what pertains to a woman. Okay, read on.
If a bird's nest chance to be before thee in the way, in any tree, or on the ground, whether thy be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young. But thou shalt in any wise let the dam go, and take the young to thee, and it may be well with thee, and that thou shalt mayest prolong thy days.
Read it from 6 again. I'm sorry, I think that the dam is like the older bird, but I want to double check on
I
that.
think it means mom, mother.
Yeah, female, yeah, it's the mother.
Do
Read
you
it from top again, verse 6.
Alright.
I didn't want 6.
If a bird's nest chance to be before thee in the way, in any tree, or on the ground, whether they be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam of the young.
So yeah, so let the mother stay, so she can have more birds and more children. Read on.
But thou shalt in any wise let the dam go, and take the young to thee, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days.
This is about not being cruel. Let the bird have a chance to procreate and keep replenishing the earth.
Yeah.
Read on.
When thou buildest a new house, then thou shalt make it battlement for thy roof, that thou bring not blood upon thine house, if any man fall from him.
It's about basic consideration.
Yep.
They call it construction laws now, and societies use these ideals because they come from the Most High. But you have to consider people that work for you.
Well, the battlement for your roof is talking about
Banister.
a place where you can sit back here, and it's almost like, I looked at it earlier, a battlement for your, well,
Isn't it a banister?
it's a, I guess, device, not a device, it's a structure you put on top of your roof for, I guess, just sit back here and it's for war. Okay, let me read it. Let me look it up again. I saw that, but
Because it says so that way he doesn't fall over it. So I just thought it was
Let me
a
see.
banister.
I don't
Or a
think it's
railing.
battlement because he said about not having blood in your house.
So I just thought if you didn't put it there, like he'd accidentally fall over, and it's your fault for not
Let me
being
see.
proactive and building a
A
banister.
wall raised on a building with openings on battlement. Maybe that's what you was just saying, though. Yeah, like this.
Because we have people. Scripture talk about Israel walking on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
It says if a man's wife is tripping,
Yeah,
he gotta
I'd
go on
rather
the roof,
sleep on
right?
a roof than a I'd rather-
But what if he falls off the roof?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You need a banister or a railing. You don't just roll over.
You have to have some type of consideration
Yeah.
for other people's safety.
Right.
I don't think it just means like, I think it's the idea of safety practices.
It says the function of battlements in war is to protect the defenders by giving them something to hide behind.
It says right here, now builds a new house, then thou shalt make a battlement for thy roof.
Hmm.
A battlement is that structure.
To protect you from war.
Come. It says that thou bring not blood upon thy house. So if you go to war, your people are protected.
Yeah.
They're not just out
It's
there.
about protection. It's about protection.
Yeah.
It's about protection.
But it still makes sure I'm taking care of the people around me.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because there's a place to hide in war. Read on.
Deuteronomy chapter 22 and verse 9.
I need to get the voice louder.
Okay. Deuteronomy chapter 22 and verse 9. Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with diverse seeds, lest the fruit of thy seed which thou hast sown in the fruit of thy vineyard be defiled.
What the Most High wants to make sure is that if you're sitting back here and planting whatever fruits, whatever vegetables, whatever vineyards, let it be what it is. Mixing all these different vineyards and seeds. The Most High doesn't want the mixing of seeds. Okay? Read on.
Thou shalt not plow an ox.
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 Yeah, well, also be like no GMO.
Yeah.
They mix a lot of different things together too.
I guess so. I guess so. But GMO is genetically modified.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be that. This is actually just planting different seeds in a same field. Okay.
That's cool.
Read on.
Thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together.
I don't know why.
Unequally yoked. An ox can bear more burden than an ass.
Yeah, but is it about if it's just about unequally yoked? Isn't? I don't know. Probably so.
Just ass backwards, like you're mixing this like what are you doing, bro? Just do it this way. Oxes with oxes.
Do it in
asses with
order.
asses. What are you doing? Huh?
It has to. It's simple. Like, just don't do things. Just don't do things opposite for the sake of doing it opposite.
This is how I like it. I like it like this. Wow, okay, bro. This doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
That's confusion.
I guess. Also by the depth of the land you're plowing is different. So the planting is going to be different. The results of your crops are going to be different based upon using different type of animals to lay the crops. He wants everything to be the same. Okay, read on.
Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts.
So what he's showing you from verse 9 to verse 11 is he wants uniformity. In whatever arena we're tapping into, let there be uniformity. Let it be all the same. If it's going to be one type of crop, let it be one type of crop. Let's not mix different seeds into this crop.
And also, you can't have multiple visions either. Because diverse talking about there's multiple opinions, there's multiple visions, there's multiple ideals.
Yep.
That clash.
Exactly.
The ox ain't gonna get along with the ass out.
Well,
They're
it's
different
that,
animals.
but it's also the caliber of the work.
Come.
The caliber of the work is going to be different when you're plowing it. That ass is going to plow the dirt deeper. You're going to have greater depth for your seeds. And guess what? Now you're going to have the depth here is different than the depth here with this coat.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So you're going to have different caliber fields based upon the work of your animals. Most of them wants all things being done decently in order. Uniformity. Continue.
As of woolen and linen together.
Mm-hmm.
Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture, wherewith thou coverest thyself.
And that's why we wear the fringes we wear now. Read on.
Got a question.
Yes, sir.
I thought that was CZ if it was the four corners of the garment.
It was who? CZ?
CZ, those a fringe.
Oh, you mean those ones those white Jewish folks wear with a little
Well,
string
it
down
says
there?
it's supposed to have one blue thread.
Tassel.
Yeah,
The tassel.
Yeah, on the four quarters, on the edges.
I was looking at it like it was a fringe on the corners that go to the corners of your vesture. But I could be wrong. Listen, I could be wrong.
Because doesn't it say it's got to be one blue thread in there?
Well, that's where the blue thread is. The blue thread is on the fringe. I just never saw tassel when I saw fringes on these
When
corners.
you look at ancient gag garments, they don't have they do have blue, and they don't have ziti. They have this.
The
this whole
fringes
materials of fringe.
on the garment. Exactly. And not that. These are, what you got to Zeet?
Seat.
But I
It's
don't.
like when
Cotton tassels.
Tassels.
Like ZC. Just off the word ZC, I'm gonna say hell nah, G. That ain't it, son.
Because the woman that had the bleeding impairment, like when she grabbed at Yahweh Shai, I was, she ended up grabbing his tassel.
His garment, okay.
It was at the corner of his garment, his tassel, and that made her whole. It wasn't like a
But the
fringe.
question is this: a fringe could be almost like a tassel if we're just touching one string, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to just grab one string
It's
as opposed to
replaced-
like a
it's
tassel.
replaced that, man?
What's that?
I didn't say she had it didn't say the tassel was garment. It said the corner of his garment.
Yeah, so and it says because I seen it said, make the fringes upon the 4 quarters of thy vesture. So I was like, all right, she grabbed the tassel.
But the 4 quarters.
Right here, you got 1, 2, and then you have 3, 4 because there's that space in between. So you have 1, 2, and then 3, 4, and then you would have a tassel at each 4.
But with that
corners.
same 1, 2, 3, 4, you can have fringes all around the corners too.
But why would it say corners and not like border of the garment?
I tell you what, I'll sit back here and do a little more research on it.
Okay.
But
Well, from what I've seen, when you
I know
look at-
brothers that
when-
wear
when-
tassels.
I get you,
I believe it.
But when you
I
look
believe
at
it.
when you look at the cultural garments of Israel all throughout North America and South America, they're customary cultural garments. They have borders, and some of them have tassels. Some wear both at the same time.
Right.
I mean, you look at the women's garments; they have borders, they have fringes, and they have tzitzis.
Okay.
I bought.
you want to say ZCs too?
Well,
He got it right up top.
You want to say ZCs?
tassels.
Pronounce it correctly the whole time.
Listen,
Oh, man.
I've seen them wear both.
Right.
So the question is, Israel is we're dealing with variety here, bro. Borders, the border like garment. It said the tassels like garment.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
We'll do it for the.
Well, listen. Numbers 15 tells us the borders of our garments, right? This says the
4 quarters.
The 4 quarters of that vesture.
Right.
Now, I'm just going to stick with the 4 corners of our garment. I'm not here to say that ZCs are irrelevant. I'm not going to say that, but I haven't seen it that's how I wasn't taught that. Doesn't mean it's not true. Okay?
Right.
So, let's continue.
Deuteronomy chapter 22 and verse 13.
ZCs.
That I had it right up the top.
No, you just got my
Got
head.
it.
ZCs. Is it zeet? Z?
Seat zeets.
Oh, seat.
No, not seat, like taking a seat.
Well, zeet.
Letter C.
Is a C?
T-I.
T-Z-I. Right.
T-Z-I.
What kind of word is that?
Right.
That's how you know some white folk stuff, man.
Yeah.
Seats. I'm gonna say seat. Now, if you look at T,
You got it. Just say
okay,
tassels.
let's keep going.
Say tassels. All right. Deuteronomy 22 and 13. If any man take a wife and go in unto her and hate her.
Why is that even an option? When it shows you hate, I say that's a strong concept that Israel holds on
It
to.
happens though.
It happens because of the hardness of our heart. But keep going.
And give occasions of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid.
Now, this one in specifics is dealing with the fact that this man had suspicion that this woman had relations before they came together. And this is why he hates her. Okay? Read on.
Verse 15. Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hated her. And lo, he hath given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter a maid. And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city.
What that is showing is the tokens of your virginity were given to the father. Okay, when the husband and the wife consummated their marriage, there was a cloth put under the woman. And in the process of that intercourse happening, the cloth was given to the father after everything was said and done to prove that the daughter was a virgin. Okay, and that was proof that the daughter maintained her honor and that she was raised the right way before marriage. So whatever this man is coming up with to justify trying to find it out to move on from her, that proof of virginity is there to say, no, this dude's lying. My question is, what the hell is in this dude's head to sit back here and say that she wasn't a virgin when he knew he gave her the token of virginity. He gave the family the token of virginity. Doesn't make sense.
No.
It just shows the level of hatred that was in our people's hearts. That's still in our people's hearts. And the law was set up not to neutralize it, but to not let that negative in us get to the point where other people were done wrong. Okay? But Christ went and augmented on another level and taught a greater form of love and consideration.
The Most High had to create some kind of rule system to
Because Israel's some brute animal beast.
God, even this is what Solomon said in Proverbs 30 and verse 18 and 19. There be 3 things which are too wonderful for me. Yeah, 4 which I know not. It's things he couldn't figure out. He said the way of an eagle in the air. Like to predict how it's going to fly in the air. What direction it's going to go. Wind direction. The way of a serpent upon a rock. The way of a ship in the midst of the sea. And the way of man with the maid. You can't predict.
Listen, you can't predict a man and a wife like you can't predict the damn sea. The direction of the damn boat's gonna go in the sea at. It just shows you fire and water is mixed sometimes. Sometimes the chemistry's off. It's all crazy and thrown out of whack, and it's hard to quantify it, control it, explain it.
Yeah.
And it shows that. But the crazy thing with that volatility doesn't justify hatred. But Israel, our nature is to hate, is to turn off our heart to people and cut people off. Let's continue.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 18. And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him.
Because he was trying to find a way to get out of the deal. That's really what the hatred. I want to get out of this contract. Let me say she wasn't faithful.
Yeah.
That's my way out.
And you're gonna run the chance of being publicly shamed.
He rolled the dice out because his hate was that strong. His hate was that strong. He was gonna roll the dice.
And in his mind, I can't do this for the rest of my life. That's what he said. Right? He said that.
He had some TLC contract guys. He had a bad record deal.
I'm like, was he hoping that the parents had misplaced it?
Yeah. Must have been.
Yeah.
They must. If they lost
Like,
it,
wow.
how you get out the deal?
So they watched it.
They can't
because
find
And I'm
it.
free. He can still get another wife. We want out of that deal. What kind of craziness is in our people, on both sides? Listen, where was his tolerance at, and how turned up was she?
And he might have.
It's both. It's not. Listen, I'm not here to say. I've been talking about the hatred. Like, hey, how can a man be that hateful? But I haven't talked about how much a woman can turn a man to hatred too. It is both.
It's both, but also too, he didn't really get to know her.
There you go.
Listen, that's what it shows too. Hey, brother, you know the sister? I ribbed her, right? Okay, you ribbed her out. Well, guess what? You gotta deal with it now.
Well, they'll see that is and that's the thing. That's why when you read later on where it says if a man just deals with a woman and sees her in the field and takes her, you can't let her go. Well, shit, why didn't you get a chance to know her? Because if you would took time to know her, you would sit back and know if this is something that's worth dealing with or not.
Yeah, she's not the kind of person I want to be around. I don't like her personality. Well, how come we didn't know her personality?
Because
it kills that spirit of it. Just I don't want to say be funny. It's like but the pump and dump mentality.
Yeah.
That's a real thing amongst our people.
Yeah.
And it creates a lot of damage. So the Most High has laws and rule systems created to kill that and to slow down the speed of the attraction.
Yep. And that, if you get to know a person, you'll know if this person is somebody you can build with down the line. All facts. Read on.
Deuteronomy chapter 22 and verse 19. And they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver.
Immerse is a payment, man. You had to pay. He had to sit back here and pay a fine. It's a fine. It was a stupid fine. You want to be an idiot? You want to sit back here and try to find a way out? You gonna get fined out.
It's a lot of hard work going down the drain now.
You losing bread because you want to be stupid, and you want to get out of a deal you didn't need to be out in the first place. But let's keep going.
And give them unto the father of the damsel, because he hath brought up an evil name upon
You trying to make my daughter look bad? You trying to make our family look like dirtbags just because you're the dirtbag and you weren't patient?
Sir, dirty stuff. Let's do that.
It's crazy, bro. But let's continue.
And she shall be his wife. He may not put her away.
And
all
you
his days.
still stuck, bro.
With the shame and the loss of the money.
Yeah, you lost your bread. You look like a damn idiot. Now you got to repair this relationship that much more.
I didn't mean it, baby.
I was just tripping. I was
I mean,
tripping.
never again, baby. I promise.
Never again. Yeah, I wasn't thinking. I was
I
tripping.
had a lot of things going on in my mind.
Spirit came
You know, I had
out.
trouble at work. I was having a hard time. Them damn oxen was tripping. I was plowing oxes and asses together. It's had a bad day. I forgot I was tripping. Anyway, it's damn stupid. Right? Yeah, let's keep going, man. This was damn crazy. Right?
Well, these laws are for.
Yeah.
We'll keep going.
Yeah.
Israel, there's not really a
And those are we still didn't deal with the fact that he hated him. What was the problem with the hatred? Why did he have hate in his heart?
It couldn't get solved on that situation.
But that's the but this is the parameters. These are the extremes. Moses is dealing with the extremes of Israel, and the judgment dealing with the extreme people in extreme cases. But Christ had to come down here and deal with the core and the root of a person. That was what Christ's teaching was about. That's why when you read from Old Testament to New Testament, they're not two testaments.
Right.
It's the same testament, just with greater understanding as you go down the line.
We're dealing with legal judgment and then counseling.
What's the extreme you can do when people are extreme?
Yeah.
These are extreme cases where extreme people. But Christ was dealing with the core of why people are extreme, and the law was to sit back and protect the innocent from the extreme man or woman.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
Okay.
Let's go.
Deuteronomy chapter 22 and verse 20. But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones.
That's still
that she
strong,
die.
bro. That's
Do we again? That's crazy.
Then, Salaki, I'll start from the top. But if this thing be true,
But if it's true, he has suspicion.
And that token wasn't really a token.
or the
And it wasn't nothing there.
That
There was no evidence that she was a
chicken blood. It
virgin.
was chicken blood.
Come on, man. Whatever it is. And it wasn't real. And it wasn't, there was no proof. Read on.
Cranberry.
And the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones.
It
that
says
she
they're going to
die.
bring the daughter to the father's house.
House.
And so he can see it.
Wow.
To the door of her father's
Yeah.
house. To the door.
To the door so he can see it.
Wow. It's a crazy day.
Continue.
Because she hath wrought folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house. So shalt thou put evil away from among you. If a man be found lying with a woman married to an husband, then they shall both of them die.
They're both
Exactly.
gonna
They
die.
both going to die.
That's-
Because, exactly. Adultery is a no-no. Read on.
Both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou put away evil from Israel.
There's no dreams.
There's
I'm
no
not
what?
your girl.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the
You
dream.
made a whole
Okay,
song
yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah. I know. A whole lot of niggas made up. Joe, all them niggas be dead right now.
Yeah.
Damn near every R&B artist that's ever created would be dead right now. Let's be that damn As We Lay song. What was that chick's name, man? Shelly Murdoch. She'd be dead. Everybody be dead.
Everybody.
All these R&B singers be dead. Mr. Big would have been right. Mr. Big was justified.
Right.
Them niggas gotta go. Both of them.
R. Kelly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They all dead. That's the
They
point.
wouldn't have made it. Because that spirit can't be like normalized amongst our people.
Exactly. Read on.
Deuteronomy chapter 22 and verse 23. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto a husband, and a man find her in the city and lie with her,
So this woman was already spoken for,
God.
and somebody takes this woman and lies with her. Read on.
then they shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die.
Mhm.
The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city,
Because somebody
and the
would have
man.
heard
Yeah.
the cry. And what it's showing you also was back in those days, if somebody was crying, they would go investigate the issue and try to rectify the issue. Back in these days, it don't work that way. People will stay in their houses if they hear some chaos going on in the backyard. They don't even go to see things anymore.
But there was more community.
Yes, there was more love. There was more natural consideration back in those days. Okay, so if the wife of if the virgin that was betrothed or promised somebody doesn't say anything, she dies with the man. Read on.
Because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he hath humbled his neighbor's wife. So thou shalt put away evil from among you. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her, and lie with her, then the man only that lie with her shall die.
Mm-hmm.
But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death.
So it's shown that we don't tolerate that constant rape in Israel.
No.
It's not accepted.
Hell no.
We're not going to try to play the game, play the twist the scriptures and say, well, we're not accepting that. We don't push that premise.
Okay. And if we're going to sit back here and understand, see what a person that's into that zone or camp body that talks that stuff, they'll say, well, no, you're not supposed to deal with another man's woman. But if she's, let's read it. We're going to show it. We're not advocating either way.
We're against that.
We're against it. We're going to show where these guys want to use the loophole to justify the little negative. It's not a loophole, but they create a loophole. Let's keep going.
Oh, okay.
I'll explain what I mean. I'm going to be clear with
We'll
it.
explain it.
Yeah, read on.
Verse 26, latter half. Do you want me to start from the top?
Yes, from 26.
Okay. But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death.
Mm-hmm.
For as when a man riseth against his neighbor and slayeth him, riseth against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is this matter.
Read on.
For if he fought her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her.
Exactly.
If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lie hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lie with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all his days.
These are two separate situations.
Now, and this is where people that want to use scriptures to justify negative towards women. This is the verse 28 and 29 they'll use to justify that negative. Okay? All this verse should be used to explain is that sex constitutes marriage. That's it. But we've been explaining this entire time that we're dealing with the extremes of Israel at this particular point. But in our reality, we're supposed to sit back here and have a courtship with the sisters that we're dealing with before we deal with them. The right way is what we read earlier. There was supposed to be a betrothing before there's actually marriage.
He just skipped the betrothing process.
And that's the point. But because this dude's a beast.
God.
So there had to be laws in place to keep the beast in check. But that's not how we were supposed to operate.
God.
Doing things the right way. Matter of fact, I do not know if I will have time to find it. But for damn sure I'm going to find it because I think it's appropriate for the moment. Give me 1 second. I got to try it to find it. I think I can get it. I think I yelled it out before. But it kind of explains the process. Yes. Here it goes. This in the Josephus. It's not too heavy, but I'll read it out loud. I'll just read a little bit of it. It's Antiquities of the Jews, Book 4, Chapter 8, Paragraph 23. Antiquities of the Jews, Book 4, Chapter 8, Paragraph 23. Let the Hebrews marry at the age fit for it, virgins that are free and born of good parents. So first of all, there should be a scenario going on where parents are learned, you understand the families, you get to know the families, you get to know the background of the person that you're trying to deal with. It wasn't supposed to be some just slam bam, thank you ma'am, I'm going on with my life. There was supposed to be the understanding and a family was supposed to be built. Knowing the in-laws, knowing the father, knowing the mother. That's how it's supposed to happen.
But the rapport was necessary for a long-term union to work.
Mm-hmm.
The marriage was supposed to be for a long-term union. This union of two people coming together was supposed to last. So if you want it to last, have a strong foundation, it's advantageous to interact and deal with the parents.
Exactly.
Have a proper interaction, proper communication.
Here's a little more. We're going to read the paragraph. It's not all everything, but I'm just going to read it. And it says, "And he that does not marry a virgin, let him not corrupt another man's wife, and marry her, nor grieve her former husband. Nor let freemen marry slaves, although their affection should strongly bias any of them to do so. For it is decent, and for the dignity of the persons themselves, to govern their own affections." What it's saying is, we shouldn't sit back here and let our lust get in the way of making decisions about marriage. That's what he's saying. This is why he says your affections and your lust shouldn't get in the way of marrying a slave. So if that's the case, then your affections shouldn't get in the way of marrying an Israelite woman.
True.
If we're supposed to govern our lusts and our feelings and dealing with our slaves and our servants of other nations, why would I sit back here and let my lust get in the way of choosing my wife? He's explained that lust shouldn't be the number one indicator of choosing who you're going to deal with. Then it says, and further, not one ought to marry a harlot whose matrimonial oblations arising from the prostitution of her body, the Most High will not receive. For by these means the dispositions of the children will be liberal and will be liberal. I want to check something out. Let me see. Yeah, and I know that.
Left wing energy.
Hold on, see.
I got a scripture for it. I got it. Isaiah 32:5. You want to hit that point?
No, read that.
Isaiah 32 verse 5. Can you read that one little point again?
Okay, it says, okay. And further, no one ought to marry a harlot.
No one ought to marry
a harlot. So what it's saying is, we're not supposed to sit back here and deal with a bunch of women that are dealing with a bunch of dudes.
Come.
It's not just talking about some woman on the street. Okay? It's saying we're not supposed to be dealing with a bunch of loose women. He's saying that this connection is spiritual. The Most High bringing a husband and wife together is spiritual.
Not carnal based.
It's not just carnal based. And then it says, whose matrimonial oblations arising from the prostitution of her body. So what is also shown is me getting in a situation when I'm just dealing with some woman and it was about just the lust, because that's what it is. Our matrimonial connection, our connection was just about the lust, and I got her pregnant.
Just flesh.
And I got her pregnant. It was just a you know what. And we messed up and had a kid. That happens all the time in Israel.
It was just one night.
It was just one night stand. Or it was a fling. What's that?
No coming back to me.
No, I'm not saying that. Hell, Mary Magdalene was messed up.
Yeah.
It's not about there's no coming back. What it's saying is that this is really about the man. What we're talking about is when we're sitting back here and building a marriage off of just some lust scenario. Off of just lust and passion.
That's the theme of what the scriptures are showing.
Mm-hmm.
We're showing a man that takes a woman in the field, doesn't take the time to get to know her, and just sleeps with her.
Yep.
And now there's no family connection. There's no people don't know each other's tendencies and natural habits. There's no real strong foundation for a long-term condition for the family to last.
Yep.
Because we have broken families in this world. We have a lot of broken families amongst our people. We have a lot of broken relationships, broken marriages. But why? Because a lot of the basis of our decision making for choosing that person that we interact with was not based on connection, spirituality, classification. It was based on what? just the physical body.
Exactly.
She had a good body. She had a right hip size. She had a good breast size.
We were drunk.
We were drunk.
We
as
were at
hell.
the club.
You said, "Oh, I was burning."
Yeah.
How about that? I was burning. I was on fire.
We were laughing. We were laughing and joking. And we was drunk, and all of a sudden one thing led to another.
It was a dry spell, and I made a family out of a dry spell.
A dry spell?
It was a dry spell in the desert, and now I look up.
You were in the desert?
We were in the desert.
You're on a
It was a dry spell.
There was no water around at all. There was
There was
no
a
water.
famine in the land now. And anything will do, because there's a famine in the land. Any glass of water is going to be great. Any glass of water is worth
So
it.
any glass of water is boss?
Everything about it.
Anything is boss.
This is the best water I've ever had in
It
my
could
life.
be tap water.
Is that so?
It could be dirty, nasty tap water.
You can't, but listen, at the moment, based off how bad the drought was, that glass of water was,
These are real statements.
that glass of water was Fiji.
Scrumptious.
Is
Fiji?
this Fiji?
What's your favorite water? Whatever. Fiji?
This, I like Fiji, but it was so good. And then here comes
Artesia?
Yeah, artesian. It's artesian
Or
water.
artesian springs. What does that even mean?
Yeah, it's from the well of the
Yeah.
well of the hood. From the hood well. This is the artesian. It's not from the hood well.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not tripping on the hood situation, but we extrapolate situations and we exaggerate things based on how bad our situation is.
Mhm.
And then when reality comes, oh, you know what? I can't do this for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I can't do this. Why? Where did it change? You got a life coming out now. There's pregnancy. There's a baby. There's a fetus.
Now you want it out.
There's a fetus in the body that's developing, and now you've come to your senses.
Too late.
And this is irresponsibility amongst the men.
Yep.
So the Most High is putting it on the men. We can't look. Adam and Eve. We know Eve sinned first, but listen, the man at the end of the day has to do what? Take the responsibility.
And that's why the man has to sit back and choose properly. It's on the man. It's not about the prostitute. It's about the man. You chose the prostitute. Now you're angry at the prostitute.
I can't believe she's like that, huh?
Well, you chose her. Oh, now you're talking about how she's dressing?
Oh, listen.
You gotta like that when you was drunk and you was feeling yourself. It was okay during the drought.
I thought she was like that just for me. Like, nah, bro. This is.
You didn't hear BBD? I thought it was me. That's dumb and old and that's stupid. But yeah, you thought it was you, huh? It was just you, huh?
Can you read this part right here?
Okay, I will read it again.
And this is the weapon Esau uses against our people.
I'm not. But not gonna put this on Esau. It is not Esau.
I am.
Come on.
No. The second part.
Your lust is not Esau's fault.
No, that's true. That's true.
Okay, that's what I make sure.
I'm talking the latter part of the situation.
Okay,
the
be portion of that.
Yes. This part Esau.
Okay,
he knows about our marriage habits.
Okay.
Read this part right here.
And further, no one ought to marry a harlot. Whose matrimonial oblations arising from the prostitution of her body.
Because it's financial.
Or just passionate.
Yeah, okay.
Or just the relationship was built on lust. It doesn't have to mean I gave this chick money and then I got her pregnant. That's not what this is. This is about you dealing with a loose woman. Men choosing a loose woman, and then there's a kid that comes from the intercourse. So it says, the Most High will not receive. He's not going to honor that connection. Just because you had a choice, you made a choice on the drought, doesn't mean the Most High is going to honor it, and he's going to show you how he's not going to honor the connection. It says, for by these means, the disposition of the children. So now we're saying by the decisions that we made based on our lust, the disposition. Let's look up disposition.
Personality.
Yeah, I know that. I want to get the fancy words. Because I know a disposition. It says disposition. Natural fitness or tendencies, temper or natural constitution of the mind, as an amiable or irritable disposition, inclination, temper or frame of mind.
Here we go.
He's showing you, but the Most High is showing you how when you sit back here and choose a woman that's about the flesh, your children are going to be about the flesh. That's the point. Let's get out of the word prostitute. And let's sit back here and deal with the temperament and the caliber of the woman that you choose will be reflected in your children. In the caliber of your children. And that's how the Most High gets you. So we're going to read it again. It says, for by these means the disposition of the children will be liberal.
I gotta pull this right here, bro.
Okay.
When I went to pushing the concept of Esau's fault, I'm not saying that Esau made the man lustful. What I'm saying is now the environment, when it comes to marriage or the environment of us hooking up as a people, we project the Cardi Bism, the Lizzo, the whore, the harlot. These images are projected to where it's just a sexual marketplace. It's just a meat market. That's popularized.
Yep.
I'm not saying that, hey, we don't be lustful and I'm not a bad guy for giving them my lust.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that it's pushed because it's known we're gonna have baby mama drama. It's pushed because we're gonna fill the courtrooms up, and the courts is gonna be filled with nothing but our people going back and forth to child support court. It benefits the system on an economic level if we don't sit here and have proper lawful marriages.
Now listen, I want to look up two words, liberal. You got the definition?
I
got the definition of liberal.
I got the scripture.
Liberal of a free heart. Let me see. Read the verse, and I'm gonna go here.
Isaiah 32 verse 5.
Isaiah chapter 32 and verse 5.
Can you read a little bit louder, sir, so the camera can hear you?
Isaiah chapter 32 and verse 5.
Uh-huh.
The vile person.
The vile person. This is a low down, disgusting, abominable, negative individual in the eyes of the Most High. The vile person. Read.
Shall be no more called liberal.
So no more be called what?
Liberal.
Like the slut walk. What's that girl's name? Right? No hair.
Amber Rose.
Yeah, Amber Rose. They have this slut walk going on, and they're talking about this is for liberation. This is for the liberation of the woman. How's about woman empowerment and liberation of the woman by her walking around down the street naked?
But then she's wondering why her dudes is always leaving her.
Yeah.
Because everybody that she deals with bounces from her. And she's on Instagram. So I don't know why everybody keep leaving me and taking
nobody
a man.
want me, and I'm a celebrity. There's a reason.
How come I can't keep a man? Who gonna take you serious walking around here embarrassing yourself?
The vile person that's out here showing all their I guess their secretive parts is no longer a secret. It's public record.
Secret's out.
Right? The secret's out there.
Mm-hmm.
This all the secrecy elements, all what was supposed to be hidden imagination, that's in public. And this is the concept of people say, well, this is empowering. I'm empowered.
And you ain't also getting respected either.
Yeah, but I want respect. Well, man can do it. I want to do this. Da, da, da. Listen, all these different concepts, people call it being liberal now. I'm a liberal. You're conservative, and I'm liberal.
Okay.
No, I'm lacking morals, and that's what makes it viable for the eyes of the Most High.
Okay.
But
Okay, we're gonna go real quick into the. Did you finish your verse?
well, there's a B part, but it's cool. It's a ladder issue.
Ladders better. Okay, listen. I want to go to the definition of liberal. I want to go to the 9th definition of liberal.
Uh-huh.
Licentious, free to excess. Now we just read in a previous chapter about that excessive person is referred to as a glutton.
Oh wow.
So he says that when you're dealing with children that come from this loose woman, your children are going to be gluttonous, meaning they're slaves to excess. And it says free to excess, also licentious. Let's get that definition, licentious. Licentious means using license, indulging freedom to excess.
Wow.
Unrestrained by law or morality. Loose, dissolute, exceeding the limits of law or propriety. What it's showing you is that when you sit back here and choose the wrong woman because of your lust, the consequences with your children. Because your children don't want to sit back here and serve the Most High. Because listen, that's what it means. Your children don't want to serve the Most High because they want to be free. They're choosing their freedom. They're choosing excess. They don't want to be bound by the law or morality. So when you choose, make decisions in the flesh in your marriage, the curse and the sting the Most High does, He has your kids be about excess. It makes your kids be about their pursuits and what they want. And they're more inclined not to want to serve the Most High and lock into how He does things. And that is because what you built your marriage on is the flesh. So if you build your marriage on the flesh, your children are going to be about the what? And that's the point. That's what that is what the understanding of this statement is. We've talked about this amongst Israel for years. When you have these marriages and these unions about the flesh, the results is your children will be about the flesh. They will be about their liberality, their excess, their lasciviousness.
It says
their pursuit of going outside of law and morality. We know the law and morality was the law and morality of the Most High. Because we wanted to choose the flesh. Now, it says, I didn't finish the sentence. It says, for by these means, the dispositions of the children will be liberal and virtuous. Now, I was like, virtuous? What does it mean by virtuous? How are you liberal and virtuous? I'm going to show you how in the definition. Liberal and virtuous. We're going to look up virtuous. It's the last. It's not last. It's I just read it. It's one of the later definitions of virtue. Having great or powerful properties. And it says as virtuous still. So what's saying is these people will be great in their liberality.
strong.
They'll be strong in their, that's where I was going. They'll be strong in their liberalities. It didn't say virtue and whatever. It says your liberality, and you're going to be strong in your desire not to lock into the laws of the Most High. When you want to deal in the flesh, when you want to choose relations in the flesh, that's how he stings us.
It's crazy, y'all. This word, one of the words that you had associated with that word, one of the last definition was wanting.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So lasciviousness is also to be wanting. Wanting means, it says right here, it says not regular, not turned or formed with regularity. A lewd person, a trifler. It says to move briskly or irregular.
Mm-hmm.
So my nature's not normal.
But the nature not being normal is because they're excessive in about the flesh.
Calm.
And there's this insatiable desire to pursue the flesh.
It says extravagant and luxurious.
But you know why? That your children want the flesh because you wanted the flesh. And what it's showing you is that what the Most High has done is He's made these connections in marriages. They're spiritual. Who you choose is spiritual. Who you lay down with is spiritual. And if you make it about the flesh, that means that flesh is going to be how that relationship was consummated, and it rubs off on your children. And once again, the law was used to sit back here and create barriers away from beasts. But the law never got us to the perfect man. Following the law never pushed us to be the greatest man or woman we could be. It was just the extremes that were laid out so that we couldn't go past these extremities of thinking. This is where it came up. Listen, the norm should have been this. But you had these guys that would sit back and see a woman in the field and just want to take her. Those were the extreme cases. That wasn't how we were supposed to function. Where the hell does that come from in Deuteronomy 22 with this extreme guy just takes her because she just wants her? Versus where you're supposed to know the family and the parents, and you're not supposed to make these scenarios based on the flesh. It just shows you the law was used to protect the innocent and to not let beasts roam free with no repercussion. But there was always a greater way, a more spiritual way to please the Heavenly Father in all the arenas that were set forth even in the law. Does that make sense? Let's get back to the Antiquities. I'm going to read that part again. And further, Antiquity to the Jews, Book 4, Chapter 8, Paragraph 23. And further, no one ought to marry a harlot whose matrimonial oblations arising from the prostitution of her body, the Most High will not receive, meaning the Most High won't accept it. For by these means the dispositions of the children will be liberal and virtuous, strong in their desire for freedom. I mean, when they are born of these base parents and of lustful conjunction of such as marry women that are not free. What he was telling us is that as men, we have to be wiser about who we lay down with, and we have to be wiser about dealing with base-spirited people. When I say base people, I'm not talking about people that don't have any money or don't have any cash. That's not base in the eyes of Heavenly Father. Baseness is in baseness of value of the Most High. Baseness in a lack of reverence for the Heavenly Father. That's a base person in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. We can't deal and spread our seed to these base caliber people in the eyes of the Heavenly Father and expect the Most High to honor the children, to honor this matrimony that comes from behind it.
The word base, 828 says, of mean spirit, meaning
average low-level spirit. I know that.
And it says disingenuous. I'm not sincere.
Because they're not sincere about pleasing the Heavenly Father. This is what the Most said, don't deal with slaves. Don't deal with these base spirits that don't love the Heavenly Father. Because the nations didn't love the Heavenly Father, right?
We knew that.
Don't deal with the nations, and don't deal with the harlots and the prostitutes and the people that didn't have a respect for the Heavenly Father. Didn't have a respect for this word. You won't have goodly children. Your children will be cursed with the desire for liberality, and they'd be strong in it. Yes.
A lot of times people would just think about who's going to make cute kids.
Yeah, exactly. Cute kids that are niggas. Excuse my French.
Cute niggas.
But it's the truth.
God.
This cuts, and I get it. But this gives us understanding as to why a lot of times our kids have the issues they have. And sometimes we got to deal with the fact that doesn't mean you give up on them. You don't quit on them. You love them and you teach them, but you understand why they have the problems they have, and why it's so hard for them to sit back here and serve the Most High and love the Most High, and why it's so hard for them to break that desire for liberality. Now you know. What it's showing you, just like there's physical genetic makeup, there's spiritual genetic makeup. And if you choose two people with top end spiritual genetic makeup, you have a better chance of your children being goodly kids. But when you're choosing a person that you know don't have a love for the Most High or a reverence or a desire to put Him first, then you're rolling the dice in your children's spirit. It's beyond just looks and physicality.
So this is something that a man has to consider, right?
This is everything a damn man or woman has to consider.
Well, I mean,
when you're choosing your mate.
Come.
This comes to the courting part you were talking about.
Because now I got to know what kind of parents you had. How are you raised? What kind of parents you got? If the parents don't give a shit about the Most, that's a very good chance he ain't. Or she ain't. If there's no respect and order and discipline about the parents, then what about the father? What about the son?
Now you have Samuel. Samuel had some bad kids out.
Yeah.
But Samuel's a great prophet. There's a
and that's why I said.
Yeah.
I said it. I said you have a better chance of having goodly kids. I didn't say it was for sure.
I guarantee. I was like,
because the scripture. I mean, not the scripture, but remember Josephus said that too. You would think that with the caliber man that Samuel was, his sons would be of equal caliber, but they weren't. They were dirtbags, and they were taking bribes. But this is about when you're choosing, you have a better chance of having goodly kids if you make your choice to deal with somebody spiritual and not about the flesh.
And we don't know too much about those women that Samuel had children with too. We don't know their background.
We don't.
We just don't really go into that, so there's a very.
You don't know.
But it's safe to say, because he was sinning. He was bad.
Yeah.
Sam was wise.
Hosea had to marry 2 whores.
Yeah, but there's
Hosea had to marry 2 whores and have kids.
But whatever the law was, you had to marry virgins. Well, yes.
Damn it!
Okay, I get you.
Well, that's what Hosea. But you're right.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, look at Noah. Noah had 3 sons. They were great. Well, actually, one was good.
No. Canaan was
no.
Ham was garbage.
My point was that Noah was Noah was a great man, but Ham was pretty
garbage, and
garbage.
his son was garbage.
Yeah. So, but Noah was great.
Yeah.
So you can't always control the child situation. You can't control it.
All I'm saying.
But you can. But yeah, come on.
You're right. I tried to say it, but you're saying it with more detail. You can't control. Listen, as parents, you could try to set the proper stage for your children to grow.
Yes.
You can try to sit back here and teach them and raise them right. But ultimately, they got to make their own decisions. And you hope and pray that they make the right decisions. But in the midst of them, you hoping that they make the right decisions, you choosing your mate has something to do with their battle.
Come.
You choosing the right wife, you choosing the right husband has something to do with the caliber spirit that you have in your life. And if you make better choices, you have better offspring.
True.
That's all I can say. You have a better chance of having a quality caliber offspring versus choosing this thug that made you laugh. Good luck.
You be funny kids. That'd be funny.
They're laughing and joking clowns. Or you choose a person that's about serving the Most High, you have a better chance of having a godly seed. That's the point. But that was the upper echelon of choosing things the right way. When you're dealing with Deuteronomy 22, this is base level people making base level choices. I'm just going to take a woman because I want her. And the law was, listen, then you got to deal with the consequences of your actions. Because you know what? If you take a woman in the damn woods, guess how that marriage is going to be? Hell. That marriage is going to be hell. She's going to hate you because you didn't even give her a choice. You think that's going to be peace and la 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 Candyland shit? It's going to be nothing but hate, and you got to deal with the fact that she hates you and she's going through the motions, and you can't do away with her, and that was the consequence. But that wasn't the standard. This is the bare minimum that should be done amongst our people. And that has to be understood. Moses was dealing on the extreme other end of our people's spectrum. Okay, we're going to go back and finish up Antiquities of the Jews. Antiquities of the Jews, Book 4, Chapter 8, Paragraph 23. If anyone has been exposed to a woman as to a virgin, and does not afterwards find her so to be, let him bring his action and accuse her, and let him make use of such indications, which is that clause of virginity, to prove his accusation, as he is furnished with all, and let the father or the brother of the damsel. The rest of it is different parts of what we read earlier. I wanted to focus on the beginning part of paragraph 3 and explain that there was supposed to be a carefulness that came about choosing a wife. And Deuteronomy 22 and 28 and 29 wasn't the standard of how we dealt with things.
It's not.
It was on the basis of level of our people. This was on the basis of our people, the lowest level, the meanest of our people that would do something like this. That's not high end. I've seen brothers in certain camps talk like a man can do this, like this was right and honorable.
It's honorable. It's garbage.
Man can do that. No, listen, that's lame. That's low level because that's not how Jews operated. Beasts operate like this.
That's why there's a law for it.
That's why there's a law for it. So this beast has to sit back here and stick with his dumb decision, with his selfish decision. Anyway, so let's get back to Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 30. A man shall not take his father's wife, nor discover.
That's even more base. It's just showing you base,
and then
baser,
and
basis. Like, golly, bro. Are you serious?
Yeah.
I think it should be put to death. Is that what it's going to say that?
No.
That should be the judgment.
But it's still adultery.
It's horrible. But the whole
bad guys.
The whole family's ruined.
Yeah. Yeah. But let's go.
A man shall not take his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirt.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean, not discover his father's skirt?
That's his
It's his woman.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Deuteronomy chapter 23. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off,
even more base.
shall not.
It gets worse.
That's some unit stuff. Read on. I read from the top again. I'm sorry.
God, Deuteronomy chapter 23.
That's the worst ever. That's the worst thing ever.
This is worse than discovering your father's skirt. Actually, it's this guy. He don't want nothing. No, he want to wear a skirt.
He kind of wants to wear a skirt.
Deuteronomy chapter 23. He that is wounded in the stones,
Wear a skirt.
or hath his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Most High.
Mm-hmm. So he's talking about that eunuch can't get to the congregation of the Most High. Okay. Now listen. There's other verses that talk about the eunuch that wants to serve the Most High. Or there's a verse you read in Romans, if I'm not mistaken, or Acts, about the Ethiopian man that was reading Isaiah. Okay, that was a eunuch. There are scenarios where down the line that eunuch that wants to serve the Most High is still able to get to the kingdom. Okay.
But Most High knew that they're going to push this concept of transgenderism.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so being the one in the stones is going to get an operation.
And making that decision and making that choice.
We know what's going on. They're pushing the new laws now. The kids, hey, you want to be a girl now? It's cool.
Sometimes back in those days, men were made to do that.
Right.
And they didn't have a choice.
Why?
Because sometimes don't forget, when you got say for instance Israel was taken over by the Persian Empire.
God.
Somebody had to watch over the women.
Yeah.
So somebody was going to be chosen to watch over the woman in the harem. You had to make sure he wasn't messing around with the woman in the harem. So he had to get taken down.
Yeah.
And so now he can sit back here and defend the women, and there's no threat of him dealing with the women.
Like in the book of Daniel and the other three brothers, they were under the captain of the eunuchs.
Yeah.
And also too, you look at when the Arabs enslaved Hebrews during this trans-Saharan slave trade, not the transatlantic, but the Saharan slave trade.
They castrated.
They castrated the men so we didn't overpopulate amongst the Arab women.
They castrated the men, and then the children that were born of the women, they killed them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is pretty horrible, but
This is what happens. So if I'm in a situation where I had no choice, then there should be no problem with you still having that relationship with the Heavenly Father. Okay. Let's keep going.
Deuteronomy 23 and verse 2. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
An Amorite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Most High. Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Most High forever.
Moses was vexed at these dudes. Because this was, it's going to say in the next verse, because they sat back here and conspired with Balaam to try to tear us down before we got up here in Numbers. Okay, read on.
Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way, when ye came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam the son of Beor, of Pethor, of Mesopotamia, Pethor of Mesopotamia, to curse thee.
Because first of all, before they hired Balaam, they actually started the war. The king was I forgot the name of the king.
He wouldn't let us pass, right?
He wouldn't listen. Esau didn't let us pass, but Moses told Moses, if they don't start war, don't fight them. So they didn't start war. They walked around. These other guys started war.
Yeah.
Ammon and Moab. They initiated the war, got their ass kicked, and now the eastern side of Gilead became theirs. But Ammon and Moab was vexed and hired Balaam to curse us. Okay, read on.
Nevertheless, the Most High thy power would not hearken unto Balaam, but the Most High thy power turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Most High thy power loved thee. Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all thy days forever. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land.
Now listen. People will use this verse, thou shalt not hate an Edomite or abhor an Edomite, to justify why why Esau should be favored or protected or not hated. What you use to prove this verse or disprove this angle is to go to Isaiah chapter 42 verse 9. It's not disproving it as much as kind of showing that over time the Most High evolves in how he looks at the nations and the people around him. Isaiah chapter 42 verse 9.
Isaiah chapter 42 and verse 9. Behold, the former things are come to pass.
So the former things happened. Read on.
And new things do I declare. Before thy spring forth, I tell you of them.
Before they spring forth, I tell you of them. So he says all the things in the past happened. He says new things the Most High will declare unto us. So, what are the new things the Most High declared unto us? We read in, let me see. We know Romans 9, but I don't want to go there. I want to go Malachi. Read Malachi chapter 1 verse 3. Malachi 1 verse 3.
Malachi 1 and verse 3.
Matter of fact, read verse 1 through 3.
Malachi chapter 1 verse 1.
I need that.
Malachi
There we go.
chapter 1 and verse 1. Thus saith the Most High of hosts, they shall build.
Malachi 1 and 1?
Malachi 1 and verse 1, right?
Yeah.
The burden of the word, Lord.
Oh, Salakia.
I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, I was like looking for verse 3. I didn't see it.
1 and 1.
Okay, yeah. Salakia. Malachi chapter 1 and verse 1. The burden of the word of the Most High to Israel by Malachi. I have loved you, said the Most High. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother? Said the Most High. Yet I love Jacob.
He says he chose Jacob over Esau. Read on.
And I hated Esau.
Now he says he hated him. Now in Deuteronomy 23 and verse 7, he says don't hate an Edomite. Deuteronomy 23 and 7 says don't hate an Edomite.
Okay.
Now we're in Malachi 1 and 3. He says the Most High hated Esau. Read on.
Malachi chapter 1 and verse 3. And I hated Esau and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness.
So, like we read in Isaiah 42, the past he declared. Now, as new things spring up, he will declare it unto us. So, as time progressed, in the time of Deuteronomy, Esau hadn't showed Israel and the Most High the level of his treachery. Over time, Esau kept showing the Most High that his treachery continued to grow.
It kept intensifying.
Now, when Esau sat back here, when we fell by the Babylonians, what did Esau do? They said, raise it to the foundation thereof. They came in and pillaged and looted our land and destroyed it even further after Babylon took us over. You got this time and all these other times, Esau was showing to the Most High why he was to be hated. Okay? But it took more time and took more of their conduct and their negativity to show the Most High that they were supposed to be hated. That was all I wanted from that verse, because Romans chapter 9 says the same thing. 9 and 13. Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. Okay? So now let's get back to Deuteronomy 23.
And verse 5.
Verse 7.
Verse 7. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land.
Mm-hmm.
The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Most High in their third generation. Verse 9. When the host goeth forth against thine enemy, then keep thee from every wicked thing.
Mm-hmm.
If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chanceth him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp.
So he says, if a man sits back here and spills his seed at night, by accident, whatever the case is, you go outside of the camp that next day. Read on.
But it shall be, when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water. And when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again.
Okay, read on.
Thou shalt have a place also without the camp.
There's got to be a place outside of the camp that Israel can come together when they're unclean, wait out their day, and come back out. Go back inside the camp. Read on.
Whither thou shalt go forth abroad, and thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon. And it shall be, when thou wilt Ease thyself abroad. Thou shalt dig wherewith, and shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from thee.
So what he's saying is, when you're on the outside of the camp, you got to have a weapon and a paddle, a combination. What is it when it says to ease thyself? That means taking a dump. When you're taking a dump, you need the paddle to dig up whatever little hole you're going to do, use the restroom, and put the dirt back over it. And it works as a paddle and a weapon. So if you're out here, you got to protect yourself out here outside the camp from animals or whatever the hell's going on. Okay? Read on.
For the Most High thy power walketh in the midst of thy camp, to deliver thee, and to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee, and turn away from thee. Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee. He shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which he shall choose in one of thy gates, where it liketh him best. Where it liketh him best, thou shalt not oppress him. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
There should be no whore nor sodomites. And this kind of goes back into that whole cutting of yourself with the stones and taking down your private parts as a man. Read on.
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore.
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore. Read on.
Or the price of a dog.
The price of a dog is not talking about how much does it cost to get a damn Labrador Retriever.
Come.
The price of a dog is talking about that male. I'm sorry, got to make sure this works. That's where it is. It was at. Hold on a second. Just trying to make sure there it's charging again. Okay, so what it's saying, read verse 18 again.
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore, or the price of a dog.
The price of a dog is talking about the price of a male prostitute.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's what it is.
That's beautiful.
It's the price of a male prostitute. But the Most High is telling you how the Most High looks at that male prostitute.
As the price of a dog.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
Read on.
Into the house of the Most High thy power, for any vow. For even both these are abomination unto the Most High.
He's telling you that
power.
whoredom of a man or woman is an abomination to the Heavenly Father. Read on.
Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother. Usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury.
The Most High is the only, or Christ is the only person that required usury and it was okay. Because Christ required usury of us. What it lets us know is, once again, Christ wanted extra. Christ didn't want bare minimum like the law allowed us to have. When you sat back here and played it close, played it light, you could sit back here and skate through life and not have to change anything and just live in bare minimums. Christ demanded usury, meaning the extra, but everybody else, you couldn't sit back and demand extra from what was borrowed to you. If a person borrowed $5 from you, they're going to get $5 back. Not no 15.
Nah.
Or 11.
No, not to a brother.
But not to your brother.
No.
The only person who did it was Christ, because Christ demanded more from us than what was the basic bare minimum. What you want to do?
I'm right here. Ecclesiastes 6:25.
Nah, because I actually looked that up. It is a dog institute. Let's keep going on.
Deuteronomy 24:20. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon
So you
usury.
can sit back here and get a profit off the nations,
Hell yeah.
like the nations make a profit off of us. Read on.
But unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury, that the Most High thy power may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand to in the land where thou goest to possess it.
Yep.
When thou shalt vow a vow upon the Most High thy power, thou shalt not slack to pay it. For the Most High thy power was surely required of thee, and it would be sin in thee.
Exactly. So if you vow, whatever you vow, you have to owe it, and you can't sit back here and slack. That's why it's so important. Don't just don't just say something and vow something just because of it.
It felt good at the moment.
1 second. Keep going. I gotta get this. Keep going.
We going?
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 22. But if thou shalt forbear to vow it, shall it no sin in thee.
Read the point again. I can't hear it.
But if thou shalt forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in thee.
So if I don't make a vow, I don't make this promise. But listen, don't make the promise if you can't keep it. Right? Don't make the vow, because I'm going to end up breaking my vow and sinning. Read on.
That which is gone out of thy lips thou shalt keep and perform.
So that which thou cometh out the honor code. I should be living by honor code, a code of honor, a code of ethics. I should be keeping my word. That's what we're supposed to be in this default mode. By default, I should be this kind of personality. I should have this type of character. Read on.
Even a free will offering, according as thou hast vowed unto the Most High thy power, which thou hast promised with thy mouth.
Which thou hast promised to who?
Which thou hast promised with thy mouth.
So it's also just us talking to the Most High, making deals with the Father. I'm gonna make a deal. Give me the situation. I promise, Lord, I'll be in order. And then the Most High opens up the gates, lets me out of jail, creates a better situation, gets him out of the scenario. Now I vowed my mouth to the Father to save me, help me, and now I don't do my end of the bargain. That's offensive to the Most High. Clear?
Con.
We stay where we're at. Stay the scripture and where we're at.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 24. When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, that
24.
23, 24. Salaki. Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 24.
Uh-huh.
When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat grapes thy fill at thine own pleasure.
Uh-huh.
But thou shalt not put any in thy vessel.
Listen, I can't be putting it in a doggy bag. I can't be a nigga at the table, like the scripture says. Right? I can't be greedy.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can go ahead and have a good time in that moment. Fill your belly, fill your stomach, have a ball.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna take
home for
advantage
later.
of another person's kindness.
Yeah.
This person's being kind. Now I'm pushing the line of his kindness for my benefit. That is showing against extreme selfishness. That law is against extreme selfishness when it comes to social interactions with our people. Don't take advantage of someone's kindness. Don't take another man's kindness for what?
Weakness.
For weakness. It's showing that. Read.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 25.
Uh-huh.
When thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor, then thou mayest pluck the ears with thine hand.
Mm-hmm.
But thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor's standing corn.
Once again, I stop pushing the line. Take just enough.
Right.
Don't wear out my welcome.
Right.
Don't be extreme.
Right.
If I have to borrow from my neighbor, my friend, or my brother, cool. If I can borrow $5, I hit you back.
Yeah.
Not can I borrow 1,000, bro? I really need 100. I'm gonna ask for 1,000. Because it's about I know he's gonna give. I know he's a giving spirit. Don't take advantage of giving people around. Don't burn those bridges. Read that point again.
Deuteronomy 23 and 25.
Uh-huh.
When thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor, then thou mayest pluck the ears with thine hand.
So the neighbor can't be like, nah, I'm not allowing you to touch any of my property. I'm going to go ahead and trust you and show love and allow myself to be vulnerable to you. And whatever you need, I got you.
Well, you have to show hospitality.
I'm going to show hospitality. But don't cross the line with your brother. And everybody knows the line.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I was gonna say, because there's a difference between grabbing something with your hand versus saying, you know what's more efficient? Take this sickle and just go to town.
I'm gonna go to town and I'm gonna take as much as I can take
Bundles.
because I know you're gonna give it because the law technically said it's okay.
Yeah.
It's playing a game, right?
Taking advantage.
Don't eat all the chicken at the house, man. Just eat a couple pieces, man. You take everybody's their whole plate out. Read on.
But thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor's standing corn.
Uh-huh.
Deuteronomy chapter 24. When a man hath taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes.
Over time, I guess the vibe died, the attraction died, or things didn't get solved, or problems arose. Either way, there's a disconnection between these two people. Read.
Because he hath found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house.
Now, was this the goal? Was this actually the goal of the husband, or this is if all else fails, 1-800 divorce? Christ said, it said the New Testament, it said, listen, in the beginning it was not so, but because of the hardness of your what? Heart. So it wasn't meant, divorce is not meant to be a part of our society. Divorce is not meant to be a part of our culture. It was just written in there for the hardness of men's hearts. Is that clear?
Okay.
Read on.
Deuteronomy 24 in verse 2. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife.
So once this didn't work out, there's a bill of divorcement. Now there has to be a moving on. There has to be a move on. There has to be a move on with your life phase. Read on.
And if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of
And the
divorcement,
same thing happens again. Read.
and giveth it in her hand, and sendeth her out of his house.
Because these things do happen. Now the next husband It's like this ain't working, right? For whatever reason. Read on.
Or if the latter husband die, which took her to be his wife,
Uh-huh.
her former husband,
what?
her former husband,
Her previous man, her ex. It's that spirit going back to my ex.
yeah,
God's against that. Oh man, you know, I've been thinking lately I miss my ex.
yeah.
Father's against that. That's the thing that's very important in our culture right now. It's inordinate in the eyes of God. You know what? You know, I love you, but you know, it's just I still miss my ex. Then you shouldn't have left the first time if that was the case. There should not have been a breach or a breaking of connection. And I'm not happy here. I'm moving on with my life. Okay, cool. You're moving on with your life. I don't want no more, bro. I'm done with it, bro. I don't need it no more, bro. Then you see another man with her. Oh man, I miss her, man. I can't stand another man with her, and she's happy with him. I don't want her back, huh? We can't do that on both sides. The man nor the woman can sit here and do this backtrack situation, because nothing gets solved, nothing develops, and we stay in stagnation as a nation. And individually, we just keep sitting here going through makeup, breakup. Then we're single. Then it's the pump and dump situation. Then we're back to makeup and breakup. That's Most High's trying to kill that, and that ends up breeding babies that become what? They're born in the flesh, right? So this scripture right here is very important. Read it again. I'm gonna move on.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 4.
Uh-huh.
Her former husband,
Her previous husband, read.
which sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife. After that she is defiled.
Uh-huh.
For that is an abomination before the Most High.
Read on.
And thou shalt not cause the land to sin.
Because the whole land will start taking that same practice. We're all going to go back to our exes and play the ping pong game. Okay, I'm over here now. A couple of years later, I'm back over here. A couple months later, I'm going back over here. I'm going back and forth. I don't know what I want. All right? Is that clear? Read on.
Which the Most High thy power giveth thee for an inheritance.
Because what it does, it creates a culture amongst the people where there's what? There's negativity. The door's open, Mama. Door's open. So read one more time. Read verse 4 again.
Deuteronomy chapter 24.
In fact, go to verse 3.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 3.
Uh-huh.
And if the latter husband hate
If the
her,
latter husband hated her, right? This is the woman who got married, got divorced, moved on. There's a new husband. Read.
and write her a bill of divorcement,
And the new husband says, "This is over. I'm writing a bill of divorce." Read on.
and giveth it in her hand, and sendeth her out of his house, or if the latter husband die,
Or if the latter husband die. Read.
which took her to be his wife, her former husband, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife.
What that means, there has to be a conclusion. There has to be a closure. Things have to be done. If things are done, let it be done. We can't have these situations where things are bleeding over and there's intermingling, and now there's side dudes, there's side guys, there's secret acts. Most times I want an adulterous culture with this back and forth, this back and forth between husbands. Is that clear? Read on.
After that she is defiled.
Uh-huh.
For that is abomination before the Most High. And thou shalt not cause the land to sin.
Once again, that practice of going back to exes, side dudes, in-betweens. I still have old man. I'm stalking this person on Facebook. This right here just creates a stagnation for the whole race. Read on.
Which the Most High thy power giveth thee for an inheritance.
Uh-huh.
When a man hath taketh a new wife, he shall not go out to war.
When a man takes a new wife, you know what? He shouldn't go out of war. That's the Most High being considerate. Listen, we have a war going on, but this man has a new wife. They need a certain period of time to interconnect and build a bond and build a relationship. Build a marriage. Build a bond. Read.
Neither shall he be charged with any business.
And don't give this man a whole bunch of tasks that he has to take care of to where he can't build his house. It's just showing fairness. Allow a man to build his house.
Okay.
Read on.
But he shall be free at home 1 year.
Should be free at home how long?
1 year.
Forever?
1 year.
1 year. You got 12 months to build your marriage, bro. You have 12 months. You already did, if it was done properly. I took time to do what? Learn the parents. I took time to betroth, right? Then there was the marriage. Now there's 1 full year of really building a strong connection so the children can have a loving home. The future children can have a loving household. There was a bond built between these two people that decided to get married. That's lawful. Don't charge this man with any business. Don't send this man to war. Allow the children to enjoy a happy home. That's the goal of keeping these laws. If we keep the Most High's laws and we do things decently in order, we have a long-term benefit. Israel forgoes long-term growth and development because we're about being impulsive in the moment. And it leads to the sadness of children. It leads to confusion and stagnation for the nation. It leads to a bunch of back and forth and there's no closure. It leads to people being really confused. A bunch of confusion. Without law, there's levels of extreme confusion. Confusion is an aspect of hell. So it's no coincidence Israel, because we broke the law of the Most High, we're now in a condition of what? Hell now. We're in the curses now. But what are the curses? It's the consequence as a nation of us not sticking to his laws. Now we have to deal with the consequence of our own actions. Read.
And shall cheer up his wife, which he hath taken.
He should cheer up his wife how long?
For 1 year.
For 1 year which he has taken. Read on.
No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he taketh a man's life
And
to
you
pledge.
can't bet on a man's pledge, or you can't say, listen, man, if you don't come through this, I need your millstone. That's how he feeds his family. You can't take how a man feeds his family and take that away from another man, especially your brother. You're supposed to have a consideration for how a person puts food on their table. I'm gonna have to be more patient and just wait till you pay me back. If you have a debt to me, or if I have a debt to you, we're gonna have to practice and apply patience until it gets paid back. And there can't be no usury. And it's wrong because I'm upset and I don't want to wait no more. Just give me your millstone. Give me how you feed your family, how you grow, how you press your grain. I want that. So now your family can't eat because you owe me. I had to have some type of honor about how I interact with my brother. So when you read the law was pro-honor. It was pro-honor. But still at the same time, it was the minimum you could do. It's just you're more honorable than a Gentile. If you keep the commandments of the Most High, you are more honorable than a Gentile in the eyes of the Most High. But that's not where it ends. That's not where the process of growth and development ends, with just strictly the law. I had to go into that because we went earlier. The laws of a man, he gets a wife.
Yeah, he hates her.
He gets a wife.
Let me guess, he hates her.
No, he didn't. No, he got a wife. It didn't work out. She moved to another man. Then the next man's like, listen, I don't want her either. She can't go back to the previous husband.
Yeah.
That going back and forth between households and back between exes, it creates this culture we have now.
Yeah.
It creates the culture we have right now where nothing works.
Yeah.
That's what the Most High is about. Then it also shows right here, if a man goes to war, guess what? That man needs a year to build a happy home.
Yep.
So when he has children, the children can live in a happy environment.
Yep.
So the Most High is considering our environment. He's considering our marriages. He's considering how we eat. He's considering the birds and how the birds produce.
Yep.
But we didn't have the consideration to keep the charge of the Father. And he had the most consideration for us. We forsook the Father to connect to Gentile customs. We forsook the Most High to be like the same people that enslaved us.
Yeah.
We have a backwards mentality. Our God, our power is very honorable and very considerate. Why would you not submit to a power like this?
Yep.
Read on.
Deuteronomy 24 and verse 7.
Uh-huh.
If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel, and maketh merchandise
So I
of
can't
them,
be a kidnapper. I can't be a human trafficker. I can't steal my brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
or selleth him, then that thief shall die.
That needs to be put to death. You know why? Because we don't need this premise, this culture amongst our people. We're going to enslave our own people. That's what drug dealing is.
Did you go on, when you went into Deuteronomy 24, did you go on to like Matthew 19?
No, I didn't go to that.
Okay, finish this. I want to kind of go back to that.
No problem. It's showing that I can't enslave my own people. I can't oppress my own people. But that's the premise of our cause. That's how we survive now. Listen, if I can't eat off Esau's plate or Esau's table, and I'm not going to sit here and build something where we independently can work together as a nation and grow, then I'm going to go ahead and take advantage and oppress my own people. We can't be that way either.
Huh?
Let's go backtrack. Let's go backtrack and go to
I want to backtrack. I'm sorry, I had to take care of some business over the phone, and I couldn't just sit back here and just quickly bounce from it. So let's read Deuteronomy 24 verse 1 through 3.
When a man hath taketh a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand. and sent her out of his house.
Okay.
And,
You know?
and when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife.
But the first thing was this. When we read in 24:1, it says if a man found uncleanliness in her, he could write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand and send her out of the house. The Most High can see uncleanness in her, in us. Does he just let us go?
No.
There's uncleanness in all of us. So why do we why do we have the choice to sit back and see the negative and the worst in people? And we can just cut them off, but the Most High doesn't do that to us. Read Matthew chapter 5, verse 31 and 32.
Matthew chapter 5, in verse 31. It hath been said, whosoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorcement.
And this is what Deuteronomy 24:1 says. This is what Christ is saying. It was said that. Read on.
But I say unto you, that whosoever shall put away his wife, saving for the cause of fornication, causeth her to commit adultery.
So what it's saying is, the reason the Most High doesn't want you to let your woman go is because you're forcing her to commit adultery. You're forcing her to sit back here and get another man, which is her committing adultery. Christ is saying, stop using these petty issues you got with the person to justify you quitting on somebody. Yes, Deuteronomy 24:1 gives you the out. He gives you an out. That's what 24:1 says. If I find an uncleanness, there's my out. Christ takes that out away. Because what is Christ about? Christ is about augmenting the expectations for the caliber and the conduct of Israel. We don't have the right to sit back and just cavalierly cut somebody off because we don't like them or they don't make us feel comfortable or I see some uncleanliness in her. Christ said, listen, man, if you sit back here and do that, yes, Moses said that, but I don't want you doing that to cause your woman to sit back and commit adultery. Read on.
And whosoever shall marry her that is divorced committeth adultery.
Exactly, because you're forcing that woman to commit that adultery. So he's like, listen, stop sitting back here and using your little petty gripes to justify you backing away from your responsibility. So Christ still forces us to be responsible, even though the law gave us the out or the choice to be irresponsible. What is he showing you? Is he saying that the New Testament of Christ is going against the law, or is he augmenting the caliber and the expectation of what's expected out of his people? He's augmenting it. Okay? Also read Matthew 19, verse 7 through 10. Chapter 19, verse 7 through 10.
Matthew chapter 19, verse 7. They say unto him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and to put her away?
Matter of fact, I want to start off with verse 4.
Matthew chapter 19 and verse 4. And he answered and said unto them, have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning?
Matter of fact, I'm so sorry. We got to go further up. Let's read verse 3.
Matthew chapter 19 and verse 3. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and saying unto him, is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause?
For every cause. Because that's what the law of Moses allows you to do in a carnal man's eyes. I can just cut a woman off just because she pissed me off. Read on.
And he answered and said unto them, have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife. And they twain shall be one flesh. Wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh. That therefore the Most High hath joined together, let no man put asunder.
What the Most High joined together, let no man put asunder. So what he's saying is, we weren't created to come together, become one, and then be split into two again. And then it wasn't meant to be that way. The relationships weren't meant to be set up that way. Read on.
They say unto him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and to put her away?
Because listen, the Pharisees were trying to trap up Christ in his words, and they were trying to defend the law of Moses and make Christ look like he was off. Read on.
He saith unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wives. But from the beginning it was not so.
So what he's saying is Moses allowed the worst of us. He allowed us to sit back and have an escape plan, but it wasn't meant to be that way. We were meant to sit back here, have unions, and maintain these unions, maintain these bonds, maintain these marriages. We weren't created to sit back here and separate. We weren't created to sit back and divorce. That wasn't the purpose of the union in the first place. The purpose of the union was to work out all the issues, work out the problems, and become that one. And if you're hitting roadblocks in relationships, work through those relationship roadblocks so you can grow even closer together.
So continue to put the work in.
Exactly. And Christ wasn't about us using outs to justify us leaving and moving away from our responsibilities. So once again, this is just an augmentation of what was being explained in Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 1 through 3. These are for extreme cases. Deuteronomy was for extreme cases, but it wasn't meant to be that way. But once again, if I was a Pharisee, or if I was sitting back here looking for an out, I can find my out. But that wasn't what it was created for. Does that make sense? The laws were made for the extreme cases, the bare minimum scenarios. But we weren't supposed to sit back here. If we would have built the relationship properly, we wouldn't have these issues. So anyway, what verse are we at in Matthew? Okay. I just wanted to make sure I went to the scriptures to explain it. He said he went through it earlier. Now we jump back to Deuteronomy 24 and verse 8. Okay.
Take heed in the plague of leprosy, that thou observe diligently, and do according to all that the priest of Levi shall teach you. As I command them, so ye shall observe to do.
Take heed in the plague of leprosy. Why? Because the Most High was heavy about making sure. If the Most High had cursed your flesh to where you lost your pigmentation, or you were losing your pigmentation, and you were spotted, that spotted plague that was on your skin was a representation of that spotted spirit that was inside of you. And the law of the leprosy was that person that had leprosy had to stay outside of the camp until that leprosy was gone.
So it's kind of come up because you always see on the hands,
Mm-hmm.
the eyes, the mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Most likely you'll be putting it where he has an issue with that person a lot of times. Also.
And that was the point. And it was up to that person to sit back and work on themselves, to fix what was inside themselves before they went back into the camp. Now, what Christ was sitting back here and explaining was that the people needed that one-on-one help to develop and pull them out of that leprous state. Because whatever was inside of them to keep them leprous, most of the people were not going to figure it out away from help. But once again, what Moses was trying to establish, what the Most High was trying to establish, was to keep that negative influence away from the nation. Keep that negative influence away from keeping everybody else positive. But as Christ came down and taught, he explained that he was able to sit back and he pretty much, he said, cleanse the sick, heal the leper. That was in Matthew 10. Was it Matthew 10? He said, I think it was Matthew 10. Yeah, heal the sick, cleanse the leper. Yeah, go to Matthew 10 and 8.
Matthew chapter 10.
Matter of fact, 10 and 6.
Matthew chapter 10 and verse 6.
So understanding, listen, Moses was like, listen, and take heed to the plague of leprosy, keep these leprous people away. Hopefully they can figure out what's going on in their spirit, and the Most High will make them whole. You can bring them back to the camp. That was the law. That was the bare minimum you could do. What did Christ teach? Matthew 10 verse 6.
Matthew chapter 10 verse 6. But go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
He said the people that had this knowledge and wisdom, you got to go to the lost ones. The ones who don't have answers. The ones who are sick, mentally and spiritually. Read on.
As ye go, preach, saying the kingdom of heaven is at hand.
What is that saying? You have a chance to get to the kingdom. You can still get here. Let me find a way to inspire you to fight and not lose hope. Read on.
Heal the sick.
So the job of the teacher was to heal the sick. Read on.
Cleanse the lepers.
And cleanse the leper. Not just let the leper stay outside of the camp. Staying out the camp wasn't going to help them. A teacher that could sit back and work on their spirit and show them what they need to work on to fight their battle was what the teacher had to do. The leper needed the help. The leper needed counseling. The leper needed one-on-one development. That's what that was the difference between what Christ was teaching and what Moses was teaching. Read on.
Raise the dead, cast out devils, freely ye have received, freely give.
So it was about freely giving to these sick people, giving your time and your life to make sure that the ones that were lost, untaught, unlearned, sick, were restored. And that was Christ's biggest issue with the Pharisees. The Pharisees just stood around with the Pharisees grandstanding, looking like they was on point, because they didn't have any significant technical issues and flaws that everybody could see.
There's a lack of compassion.
Exactly.
That's a good point. It shows Christ had compassion.
It shows Christ had compassion, and that compassion elevated the standard of what was expected. Christ sat back here and said, you know what? These leprous cats, keep them away. Christ said, listen, you got to find those leprous cats, the teachers, and develop them and build them up. It was an advanced way to deal with society. It was an advanced way to deal with our brothers. So once again, the law of Christ and what Christ taught was just an augmentation of what Moses laid the foundation in. It was an augmentation. Okay, let that go and go back to Deuteronomy 24. I just want to make sure as we were going through these laws and these judgments, we saw what the basic expectation was from Moses and the Most High, and then we see from Christ the elevated expectations that he had for our people after the fact. Okay, read on.
Verse 9.
Just like we read in Isaiah 42 and 9, Moses said he was going to reveal a better way over time. So, let's read it.
Remember what the Most High thy power did unto Miriam by the way. After that ye were come forth out of Egypt. When thou dost lend thy brother anything, thou shalt not go into his house to fetch his pledge.
Because Israel was niggas. Niggas would sit back here and bolo. Listen, I'm gonna get that shirt. I let you borrow.
Open the door. Open the door.
No, they kicking in those, man. They kicking in those,
God.
To get their stove or whatever the hell tool or instrument was borrowed.
The shoes, all the shoes and shirts. Open your closet, bro. No.
Open your closet.
It's just showing the extremes of Israel. Like, I'm gonna bust down doors to get what I want because you owe me.
It's mine.
It's mine.
I meant it.
Versus sitting back here, Most High is like, listen, stop making things petty. If Israel was petty, they'd kill you over a shirt.
Yeah.
They'd kill you over something you owe them. Read on.
Thou shalt stand abroad, and the man to whom thou dost lend shall bring out thy pledge.
First of all, it's still listen. It's still the bare minimum expectation.
Yeah.
Didn't Christ say, listen, but if your brother wants your cloak or your coat, give him your cloak also. He said, give it to him, and don't ask for it no more. Moses said, okay, instead of kicking down the nigga's door, just wait outside for me to give you your shit.
Please.
How about that? That's still the bare minimum. Just don't be a nigga. You can be a nigga. Just don't be that much of a nigga. Knock on this nigga's door and say, well, I ain't going nowhere until I get my shirt. I'm following the law of Moses. I ain't going to nigga's house. I'm going to wait out here. I'm waiting. This man ain't giving my shirt back.
It's embarrassment.
I'm waiting. I ain't going to go into the house. I'm following the law. What was Christ saying, man? He's supposed to sit back and let it go. Isn't that an augmentation of the understanding?
Yeah.
But Israel couldn't have handled that back then. To sit back and just let your coat and your cloak go. Give him the other thing. That's mine, though.
I ain't gonna let it happen.
He deserves death. He took it.
He ain't gonna ride like that.
He's showing you the mindset of our people. This is the law, but this is the bare minimum expectation that the Most High just said. Just don't kick doors down.
But it was a lot.
That's the law.
But it was a lot coming out of Egypt, though.
Well,
that was growth in comparison to what we were doing.
I'm not saying it's not growth. I'm just saying that's not a lot. That's not a lot of growth. Yeah. That's very minimum stuff. Just don't break the door down. Everything else is good. Everything else is okay. Wait till he comes outside. He got to come outside. He can't stay inside forever. You can snatch him. When he gets outside, I can snatch him up outside.
I really need my shirt, bro.
He wasn't talking like he was putting hands on him, Mike. The law didn't say he couldn't put hands on him, Mike, even though it was implied and understood. But that low-level cat will sit back here and wait till he comes outside to catch him slipping. I'm following the law, though. I'm not going inside to break in the house. It's showing you the thinking that Moses had to set up for these cats, for beasts. And Christ came and said, man, listen, there's nothing wrong with what Moses said, but there's a better way to do all this. There's a greater expectation I have for you. Anyway, let's go back to Deuteronomy.
Chapter
That's
24.
crazy. Just don't break in the cat's house. Don't kick down doors.
This is Israelite.
This is all Israelite.
This is our people.
This is our people. Like crazy Judah and Benjaminite, Simeon, Levi. They want what they want. Crazy Reuben. Read up.
24 and verse 11. Thou shalt stand abroad, and the man to whom thou dost lend shall bring out thy pledge abroad unto thee.
He said, wait outside and they'll give you your stuff. What if he really needed it? What if he needed it? Anyway, doesn't matter. Read on.
And if the man be poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, thou shalt deliver him the pledge again when the sun goeth down, that he may sleep in his own raiment, and bless thee.
So my point is, why not just let him have it? Why take it back to your house and bring it back to him? If he needed it, just let him have it in the first place. But he had to have it and then give it back to him? What's he going to say?
I think this just proves even more like who Israel is today. Because the nations didn't need like basic one-on-one how to deal socially with people. Don't kick and let the door down to get what you need.
Well, I can't say that because they had their codes too. Like Hammurabi's code and Babylon. Everybody had their rules and stipulations.
Well, then we needed reigns.
Yeah. Well,
Don't
don't forget, this was a higher standard than everybody else's standard. Everybody had their own sets of standards. The Egyptians had their own sets of standards. Just don't forget, they had their rules for their own people. We were just the servants. Now listen, the servants here, they ain't got no rights here. You was a slave, you got some basic rights. If you punch this nigga's eye out, you can let him go. If you maim him, you can let him go. Well, damn, you got to maim him? We get to that point? My point is this. This was still elevated for the culture and the society at the time. And the Canaanites, can you imagine, they were the worst of the worst?
It's horrible.
He's out of all the other nations, he says you can kill them and keep people. These people, I want them all dead. I don't want the remembrance of these cats on the earth. How bad were these cats? The Canaanites. Anyway, they had some garbage laws.
Come.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Deuteronomy 24 and verse 14.
Let's switch you up. You've been reading like forever, right?
You want me to finish it to 22? I can finish it to 25.
Okay.
Don't leave it halfway.
Okay.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 14. Thou shalt not oppress an hired servant.
No, I'm gonna have you.
Yep.
Just hold off.
Okay.
You were here. Let's get you in here. I know we're almost done by that time. Ain't gonna be much left. Be the whole 24. There's only like one more chapter.
Arya,
Shal
Shabbatah,
Ban
Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Arya, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala. Imagine. Rock. Yahawah Shem Yashabakatah.
Yahawah Shem Yashabakatham.
All right. Okay, so we're at 14, right?
Time.
Mm-hmm.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 14. Thou shalt not oppress an hired servant that is poor and needy, whether he be of thy brethren or of thy strangers that are in thy land within thy gates.
So the crazy thing is, the Most High still had a higher level of expectation with how we dealt with even our servants that are of other nations, that the Egyptians didn't do for us. They treated us with cruelty and hatred. We were taught to treat even our servants with some respect and some dignity. Okay, read on.
At his day thou shalt give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down upon it.
Meaning, you pay him that day. It wasn't about sitting back here. This is talking about the hired servant, not the one that was belonging to your house. The hired servant, you paid that man when the day was up, when the job was completed. Read on.
For he is poor and setteth his heart upon it.
That means this cat needs his bread every day to sustain himself. So don't stretch it out and sit back here and keep the first week's check and then sit back here and give you the second check. It wasn't like that, bro. Read on.
Lest he cry against thee unto the Most High, and it be sin unto thee.
Exactly.
Once again, it's really being unfair and unjust with our people.
Yep.
Most High is against using power inequitably and hurting and harming other people's conditions and lifestyles. Based off of, this is my position, and you're in this position, I'm going to go ahead and oppress you because you're of a lower class situation. For the Israelite or for the nation. Read.
Yep.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 16.
Mm-hmm.
The father shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers.
We're accountability now. The accountability is on whoever made the mistake. You have to deal with the consequences of that mistake. Read.
Every man shall be put to death for his own sin.
Mm-hmm.
So I gotta be on point for me. It's not over. This is good. Yeah, I know. I got you. I have to be on. I have to make decisions and make proper choices because that's my ass, quote unquote. That's my tail, right? And it's not right that if a man makes a mistake, his kids gotta suffer, or vice versa. Read on.
Thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger,
Read on.
nor of the fatherless, nor take a widow's raiment to pledge.
Once again, it's really oppressing people and playing games with people's lives. I'm perverting judgment. I'm twisting judgment and it's having a negative effect on people. Whether it be a widow's defenseless, or a stranger. He's not of the class of Israel, so he doesn't really have a lot of social standing. I can't just be a dirtbag just because I can get away with it. Read on.
But thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman.
I have to relate to the weak. Even if I'm in a position of power and strength, I have to maintain the ability to relate to people in lower conditions. Or I have to remember when I was going through what they went through. It keeps a person humble. A person in power, a person with authority, has to maintain humility. I can't forget and say, I can't relate to this person. I can't relate to what you're going through. I can't relate to addiction. I can't relate to negativity. I can't relate to sin. We have to look at ourselves first and self-analyze so I can be able to deal with, okay, I see why he would do that. But I can understand why he made a mistake. Because I too have made mistakes. I can't forget my own flaws and shortcomings. This is supposed to teach a person in order or in power and authority to keep thinking it with the humble conscience. Read that point again.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 18. But thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in Egypt.
I had to remember when I was in a lower state, when I was in a lower condition. Read on.
And the Most High thy power redeemed thee thence. Therefore I command thee to do this thing.
And what does that do? That should instill appreciation. That should instill the ability to be thankful. So on one part, I can't forget where I come from. I can't forget being in the shoes of a servant or being a bondman myself. And also I have to remember where the Most High has taken me. Once a person in authority or in power forgets the old days or forget how things used to be, what happens? It breeds pride. It breeds negligence. It breeds a person that's disconnected because I can't relate to being in a lower state. I can't forget where I came from. I have to remember what the Most High has done for me. Read on.
When
Where
thou
we at again? Where we at?
Verse 18. We're in verse 18.
Deuteronomy
Yeah.
chapter 24 and verse
Oh, we're
19.
going from verse 17, really.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah. Read verse 17. I'm down.
No, you're good. I just want to make sure.
All right, verse 19.
When thou cuttest down thine harvest in thy field, and hast forgot a sheaf in the field,
Uh-huh.
thou shalt not go again to bring it.
Mm-hmm. To fetch it.
To fetch it.
It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow.
Listen, I have enough for me. I'm good. I can't take every stitch, every grain of corn, every diamond, every piece, every little bit. That's how Esau operates in Obadiah.
Well, that's why in the Apocrypha it says, don't be a niggard at the table. Because to be a niggard at the table just means I'm a miser. We can't sit back and penny pinch and micromanage every penny and dollar that comes through your hands. There has to be enough flexibility into you to make sure that the people who need can be sustained. Can't be some damn Scrooge McDucks out here sitting back here making bread, stacking bread, every damn swimming in money. You know what I'm saying? Swimming in money. First of all, you're gonna break your face jumping in that damn, that heavy, that money. You're breaking your face and your hands. You're breaking your nose. That money ain't given like
That's
that.
That's a cartoon.
There's no way. I always knew that was just ridiculous. There's no way this guy's gonna sit back here and just flow through bread like that and just. It's just not gonna happen. But besides that foolishness, he's just saying, don't sit back here and be so greedy and consumed with what you're getting. There's not enough for people who really need. And it ties in with what you're saying about not forgetting where you came from and not forgetting where you once were. Okay? I'm sorry.
Because when Israel gets elevated, we forget and we start to operate as if we were never in that position.
And we start slaying men servants.
I never sinned. I never say anything out of order.
Mm-hmm.
I never had to do a push-up. You know what I'm saying? I never popped up with the mouth, said something crazy. Or I've always been sharp. I've always had fringes. I was always a Jew. So we gotta be able to relate to our people.
It's no different than when I don't have the chapter, and if y'all got it, let me know. In the New Testament, where it talked about how that person who owed the king a certain amount of monies, and the king forgave him, and then as soon as he got out, he started shaking up and getting all the bread he could people that owed him. Yeah. And then the king found out and sat back and put him in the damn jail again because he never understood. He forgot that he was shown mercy. And he should have shown mercy to the next person who owed him even 3 or 4 times less than what he owed the king.
There's Matthew 18.
There it is. Let's read it real quick. Let me see.
It keeps showing that the New Testament is an extension of the Most High's law.
And it's an augmentation. I want to say augmentation of the law because it's an augmented understanding of what the law was intended to be. Let me see. 18. Okay. I think it's 18. Yeah, that's where I was going. 18 and 22. Let the heart get it real quick. I want to get everybody at least some reading in. Come on. No.
Matthew 18 and 22.
Yeah, I'm just going to salute you in and then we'll just run 2 at a time.
All right.
Ban.
No, Nahar.
Nahar.
Shal Shabbatah.
Shal Shabbatah.
Ban.
Ban.
Yahawada.
Yahawada.
Ban.
Ban.
Yashal.
Yashala.
Nahar. Shal Shabbatah. Ban Yahawada. Ban Yashal. Amajib. Barak. Yahawah Hashem Yashal Barakatah.
Yahawah Hashem Barakatah.
Okay, we're good. We got next time it's gonna be hotter. I promise.
Right.
You wanna do it again?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it again. You start it off. Nahar.
Nahar.
Shal Shabbatah.
Shal Shabbatah.
Ban.
Ban.
Yahawada.
Yahawada.
Ban.
Ban.
Yashal.
Yashala.
Then Nahar. Shal Shabbatah. Ban Yahawada. Ban Yashal. Amajib. Barak. Yahawah Hashem Yashal Barakatah. And what we can do is we salute and you salute back.
Oh, okay.
Next time. So everything will be okay.
18
and 22.
Matthew chapter 18 and 22.
Might want to start at 21.
Yeah.
21.
Exactly. Because the chapter in general is about forgiveness, about mercy. And then this is where it kind of just hits the point. Read that.
Can I start at verse 20?
21.
21. Then came Peter to him and said, Lord, how oft shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him? Till 7 times.
Meaning, how many times? Is there a quantified number that I'm supposed to forgive a person with? Well, of his offenses towards me? Read on.
Christ saith unto him, I say unto thee, until 7 times, but until 77 times.
No, 70 times 7.
Okay. Until 70 times, but until 70 times 7.
Mm-hmm. So pretty much 7 is number of completion. So remember, it's a complete amount of times that you're going to be in position to forgive. I mean, it's forever. Read on.
Therefore is the kingdom of heaven likened unto a certain king, which would take account of his servants.
Okay, there's a certain time where a king has to take inventory of his servants, their debts, what's owed to him. Okay, read on.
And when he had begun to reckon, one was brought unto him, which owed him 10,000 talents.
And that's a lot of bread. 10,000 talents is a lot of money that was owed. Read on.
But for as much as he had not to pay, his Lord commanded him to be sold.
I mean, you got to pay off that debt, bro. You're going to be sold as a slave. Read on.
And his wife and his children, and all that he had, and payment to be made.
Can you imagine? He had so much debt that IRS said, we're going to take you and your children, and they're going to be sold. Can you imagine that type of situation?
It happens all the time.
Because you owed some bread, you made some bad business decisions. Now you got to pay it back, but you got to give your wife to somebody. And your kids and your children are somebody else's property forever. Can you imagine the magnitude of how that would affect you? And then 2, sit back and watch what the king did. Read on. I mean, that person's whole life is ruined. You a slave because you made some bonehead decisions? Why are you in debt in the first place? What the hell was you doing?
That much money.
Yeah. Read on.
The servant,
because once they're sold, they never coming back. It's over, bro. Ain't like some Django shit. I'm gonna sit back and get her back, guy. You ain't getting her back, guy. It's over, right? That's not happening. I found her in Candyland. We going to Candyland and we getting all of them back. You ain't going to Candyland. It's over, right? They getting separated everywhere. It's ridiculous, right? Read on, right?
The servant therefore fell down and worshipped him, saying, Lord, have patience with me, and I will pay thee all.
You about to lose it all. Read on.
Then the Lord of the servant was moved with compassion. And
what?
Moved with compassion.
Yeah, he could have been Mr. Law. This straight bare minimum.
Johnny Law.
Could have been Johnny Law. Like, hey, bro, this is the law. I'm sorry.
I want what I want.
It's the rules.
This is what section V4B in the Jerusalem Penal Code. It was.
It could have been that.
It was. I know. But there was compassion. Read on.
And loosed him and forgave him the debt. But the same servant went out and found one of his fellow servants, which owed him 100 pence.
Somebody had broke down the difference between, like, it was, how many talents it was again? It was 10,000 talents and 100 pence. Pence got like pennies or something like that. The difference in pennies and damn talents of gold, all I know is that 1 talent is 75 pounds. I know that much.
2 pences and mic,
I just don't know what the hell that is either way. Pences or mites, it's very minuscule in comparison to 100,000 talents. Was it 100,000?
Yeah, 10,000, right?
10,000 talents to 100 pence?
That's 750 pounds of gold. Then you multiply it times the current price of gold right now.
Okay, yeah, that's how I do it.
Gold price.
How much is gold per pound? I don't know.
1 pound.
I don't know.
But does it say gold? I mean, it could have been silver.
Either way, it could have been anything. It didn't say gold. It didn't say gold.
Okay, it didn't say gold.
It just said 10,000 talents of whatever the hell it is.
But even silver at half that is still.
It's a lot. Listen, the point was there was a sizable number to a very minimal number. So this guy gets out. This man saves his wife, and his children from their whole life of bondage. Okay? Then you sit back here and this guy's tripping on 100 pence. Read on. What verse we at?
Verse 28.
Okay.
And he laid his hands on him and took him by the throat, saying, "Pay me that thou."
I bet you he was out. I bet you was he outside the house or inside the house when he caught him slipping? He must have been outside the house, staying lawful, huh?
Said it in the beginning. Said the same servant went out.
Yeah, it was out. Yeah, went outside. So we caught him. So he was waiting. Then he came outside. Then he's choking. Oh, my money, nah. Read on.
Pay me that thou owest.
Like he owe me rent. Read on.
And his fellow servant fell down at his feet and besought him, saying,
Remember,
have patience.
We read earlier about not forgetting the condition you were in previously before the Most High honored or blessed.
And that was why we went here from the beginning. Because that was the mindset we were supposed to have when we're dealing with judgment. Remember where you came from. Remember where your beginnings were. Before you sit back and attack somebody moving forward. Read on.
Pay me that thou owest. And his fellow servant fell down at his feet and besought him, saying, have patience with me, and I will pay thee all. And he would not, but went and cast him into prison.
You did what?
Till he should pay the debt.
How can you pay a debt off if you don't have it out of prison? How you gonna get your debt done in prison?
Can't.
You ain't making no money.
No mercy. This guy had no mercy.
Yeah.
But he
was given mercy.
It's cool for him to ask for mercy. It's also one side of Israel.
It shows definitely one side of Israel.
Sided Israel. The Most High is against that being that one-sided mindset.
They can only see how things affect them, and they can't see things bigger picture. They can only see how something in their surroundings affect them, and they don't see how their conduct affects others. Okay, continue.
Verse 31. So when his fellow servants saw what was done, they were very sorry and came and told unto their Lord all that was done.
He was like, man, this is crazy.
This dude is banana. He went bananas, huh? So they told their Lord, the guy that sat back here and gave him a break, what happened? Read on.
Then his Lord, after that he had called him, said unto him, O thou wicked servant, I forgave thee all that debt, because thou desiredest.
And the crazy thing is he forgave the debt. He didn't even sit back and say, we're going to stretch out the payments. He let it go. Read on.
Shouldst not thou also have had compassion on thy fellow servant, even as I had pity on thee?
If I forgave your debt, why couldn't you forgive his? Mine was way greater. Read on.
And his Lord was wroth.
He was a fellow servant.
I know. Read on.
And his Lord was wroth.
Well, it was the guy under him.
Yeah.
He was a servant of the Lord, but he had a servant under him.
Mm-hmm. That tier system.
Okay, keep going.
And delivered him to the tormentors till he should pay all that was due unto him.
Well, the lucky thing, he didn't sit back and put his kids in rib and slavery act. At least it was him getting tormented. But the point remains, I can't sit back and be in the mindset of tearing somebody down and ruining somebody's life when I forgot how my life was spared. Yes.
So basically, he's gonna be in prison the rest of his life because he ain't paying back no 10 G's.
Exactly. Well, 10 G's.
Well, 10,000.
We like to say we like to quantify this number, whether it's in gold or silver or bread. 10 ain't that bad. 10,000, you can work off 10,000. That's a used car.
Yeah, a pence is $20.
So you got $20 times 100, $2,000, right? Because it was 100 pence. That's nothing. Versus something 10,000 talents.
Talents always kind of go silver. It's a lot. Either way, it's a lot.
Yeah. It's a lot. The point is this, but that's how our mind is. And this verse parallels what's being talked about in this situation, but at a greater level. Read on in Matthew.
It really emphasizes the golden rule that Yahushua taught.
Mm-hmm. Do unto others as you want done unto you.
Well, that was also Deuteronomy 24:16, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not for the sins of the father or the sins of the
24:16.
Yeah, I read it earlier. The father should not be put to death for the children.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
That too.
Come. But let's keep going in Matthew.
Verse 35. So likewise shall my heavenly Father do also unto you, if ye from your hearts forgive not everyone his brother their trespass.
Exactly.
Because we all have a Lord. Our Lord is the Most High in Christ.
Mm-hmm.
So listen, well, if I'm unfair with my brothers on earth, Most High got me. He got something for me.
Done.
I couldn't consider. Right?
Okay, so we're done with that. Let's go back to Deuteronomy chapter 24. And I think, it's verse 19 or is it 20?
Verse
I want to
19.
go with it since we in Matthew.
What's that?
Matthew 6 and 9.
Matthew 6 and 9. Before we jump back to Deuteronomy,
All the way to 14.
yeah, let's do it.
Matthew 6 and 9. After this manner, that one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
This is the prayer we're supposed to consistently pray. And this prayer helps keep us conscious of how we affect people. This should be reminders.
We said manner, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it said pray this. It said in this manner to pray.
Okay. Read on.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the core message right there. Listen, I should deal with people the way I want to be dealt with.
Uh-huh.
I can't sit here and be one-sided. I can't be a one-sided Jew.
Yep. What it's saying is, I'm asking the Most High for forgiveness, so I have to be willing to sit back here and forgive the people around me, and forgive the people that have hurt and offended me, because I'm begging and asking the Most High to sit back here and have mercy on me. Yes, I.
It also shows I can't be taking that war is me attitude like I'm innocent
Mhm.
and I ain't did nothing.
Exactly. Because a lot of times, I can only, like I said, Israel can only see how they're affected. Israel doesn't want to see how they affect other people. And that's the issue. And that's how the victim role starts. I'm the victim, but I don't see how I'm a hell of a perpetrator too. How I'm just as screwy as the person I'm calling screwy. And that's how the Most High keeps checks and balances for everybody. Okay? Continue.
Verse 13. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Mm-hmm. Read verse 14.
For if ye forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you.
Exactly. Read on.
But if ye forgive
Because
not...
I tell you what, the crazy thing is this. He says, if you forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will forgive you. That is extremely important. But also, if I don't learn how to forgive, I don't care what anybody says, it makes it harder for you to give to the next generation. It makes it harder for you to sit back here and reinvest into the next person. This is why it's so important that whatever bitter scenarios we experience, whatever bad experiences we face, we have got to find spiritual ways to establish closure on those circumstances. Because whatever situations that you've gone through or you've been let down, done wrong, if you can't have forgiveness and figure a way to sit back and see that whoever harmed you and offended you was sick, had no understanding, was weak, you have to find a way to realize that the people that did you wrong, you know what? Scripture says, he that despiseth not man but the Most High. So if I can understand that the person who shitted on me really had an issue with the Most High first, and really has a problem with the Heavenly Father, maybe I can stay in the proper mindset to let it go and to forgive, so I can continue to give freely to the next generation.
And we wouldn't have the nation we have now if Joseph took that premise.
Exactly.
If Joseph took the mindset of revenge, I'm going to get you back, it's not going to die,
Yep.
we wouldn't even be here.
Exactly.
A lot of us wouldn't be here.
Exactly. And it is imperative that you don't let the sicknesses of the people around you make you sick. The negative of another person change your heart and change your willingness to give, because I'm telling you, I've seen it 1,000 times. People let certain bitternesses and snares in their life get in the way of their spiritual progress. A lot of times people can't get past how they were hurt back here, how they were hurt over here, they were screwed over here, so now I can't freely give now.
Because this is a part of the process of being like anyway. You're gonna have to go through a period of time in your life that may be unfair. That's the part of being a Jew.
You're gonna get let down because everybody is sick.
Listen,
but the crazy thing is, I'm talking about from the 90s. I'm talking about from the damn 90s, because that's where I come from. You know how many generations of people were just angry and pissed and hurt
for a decade,
forever. It wasn't just, listen, I see people online all the time that are just bitter, angry people from the 95 on, because they couldn't just get past the fact that Israel was evolving. Can we just accept that from the 70s, when the knowledge started to increase on the earth, till now, guess what had to happen? A lot of growing pains. And who did these growing pains had to affect? The people that were learning to serve the Most High. People were going to get hurt. In the midst of Israel learning how to grow and evolve as a nation, for this word to get to this point, people had to get hurt and let down. The problem is, a lot of our people that got hurt and let down, let those bad scenarios affect their future productivity. Because they got hurt. Because they got offended. The scripture talks about how offenses will happen.
It's impossible that
it is impossible that offenses shall come. They're going to happen. So when you get hurt, is now the truth not the truth anymore? Is now serving the Most High not serving the Most High anymore? Or can I just accept that I had to suffer so that the nation can continue to grow? And the crazy thing is, if you have, and I've said this to people 1,000 times, if you have such an issue with how things were done, then stay in there and fix things from the inside out. Because that's what I had to damn do. Are you willing and patient enough to sit back here and suffer until you get your opportunity to right the wrongs that were done to you and countless others before you? Or are you going to sit back here, point out what was messed up, and this is why I left the Hebrew Israelites?
Make a video
That's
about
and make a video about it and get views, because you want to sit back and be the 1,000th guy to talk about the Hebrew Israelites when you didn't sit back and go through what it took to help the nation progress forward. Yes, sir?
So we're supposed to come into this with the expectation to be used in some capacity, to be hurt, to be offended in some capacity. Understanding we're dealing with sick people.
It's nation building.
Yes, because that is what servitude is. I'm going to be used for a purpose. And then sometimes down the path of this service, you know what? There might be some mistakes in how I'm used. There will be mistakes in how I'm used. And can I just understand I have a responsibility to choose to learn the lesson in me being used and let down. Listen, I can look at life one of two ways. You read Deuteronomy, it says, choose ye this day life or death. I can choose how I was a victim, or I can choose how this crappy experience I went through taught me discipline.
Yep.
Taught me humility. Because I could go through a laundry list of I could play some songs. This is why I'm angry. This is why I'm pissed. I can sit back and make a bunch of songs about how what I experienced was crappy. Or I can sit back and say, man, this experience really taught me to have faith in the Most High. This jacked up experience made me cleave to Him. This experience right here taught me what long suffering really means. This experience right here taught me patience.
And this right here taught me what not to do.
When I get to this position.
I found solutions. So this person's blindness, this blindness, this element that led me or guided me, I found the clear sight for that blind element.
Exactly. How can we do something better this time? There's a reason that when you read Psalms,
yeah,
where David said, because of thy precepts I know more than my teachers.
God.
It's precepts and experiences that we're supposed to gather information from so that we can do things better than what they were originally done. The crazy thing is this: everybody that has the beef, you know what they're saying? This is why it's broken. This is why it's messed up. This is why this situation is screwed up. And you know what's crazy? They're not wrong.
Exactly.
These issues are messed up. But what are we going to do about it? Who is going to be here to repair the breaches? Because that's what Isaiah talks about.
But they leave.
But this is what Isaiah in the 50s was talking about. We're supposed to be repairers of the breaches. Who's going to repair these holes in the ship? And there's a hole in this ship here. This is the Unity boat.
It's time for
not the love
ship.
boat. This is the fucking Unity boat.
Yeah.
And this Unity boat springing leaks like a mug. It's like leaking. Unity boat's leaking over here. It's leaking over here, and the leaks are in the system of how things are done. And can we sit back here and repair these breaches so this boat continue to move forward and progress can be made? Versus saying how messed up the boat is. That is where Israel is sick. They lack accountability, and they don't see things in the big picture. Because you know what? I can sit back and see how things are now, and I saw how they were in the 90s. I told I think I told Shamshawan, I said, I don't know how I did it in the 90s. When I went to San Antonio and we first got to school, when I first came into school, we were living on a wooden bed. We had bunk style in the old school. They were literally wooden beds. And at best, a brother might have like a little blanket to be the bed, to be the cushion of the bed. It was a blanket. There were like 10 to 12 bunk style in this one big room on the east side. There was no heat. There was no air. There was no heat. And there was periods of time before we got there was no running water. It was bad. And me being an idiot, when I got there, I said, you know, I need something to cushion in this bed. So I bought me one of those plastic mattresses, blow-up mattresses. And I didn't realize with this plastic air mattress, I was a stupid kid at 18. I didn't put any cover on the mattress. So there was no AC. I got there in the middle of June. It was hot as you know what in this building. And I sweat like 20 pounds of water on this damn air mattress, man. And I was telling you, I don't know how we did it because the school was an old
abandoned building, right?
No, it was an abandoned building, but it was a restaurant. And me and the other officer were in the kitchen area. It was in the far corner, bro. When we got there was bugs inside there, bro. Roaches, those black hoppity things. Found a way to migrate in the building.
Crickets.
I don't know what the hell them things is. Crickets cool. I'm gonna say black jumpity things. There was some black jumpity joints, and that's what was in the damn school, and that was the sanctuary of the Heavenly Father for us. And I'm like, I don't know how my mind even got through that. I don't know where I was mentally, but I got through it and I was okay and I was at peace. And I look at that and I look at now and I'm like, there has been progress. And a lot of people from the time that we was on those wooden beds had a disdain for it, and I can understand why. For everybody that was with me, if you're online, that was with me doing that, I understand. Those were tough times.
Well, you do know how you got through it, right?
Faith. Well, I just say it sometimes like, man, from where we started to now was a big difference is my point. And when I say that, I'm saying it in a conversational piece.
Well, that wooden bed for someone today would be, I didn't get a paycheck.
I know that. That's my point.
And the person who didn't give the person a paycheck, now someone replaces him, and then
and it was that was my point about the evolution. Because the crazy thing is, we went from that, and that was before business opportunities were even available. Because when I first got there, we had just started the process of selling clothes. And then for me, and my experience is different than everybody, but I'm talking about everybody at that time. We all was doing that. We came there, we were living. It was about the pureness of serving the Most High. And then we sat back and started selling clothes, and all the proceeds of the clothes went to the school and to everybody else in different cities. So pretty much, eventually we got paid And all the payment that we got went to buying the clothes that nobody wanted to buy in the damn city, on Marbach. And then from there, we sat back here and started opening another business. And we started to survive and sustain itself. And I remember from the time when we didn't get any money till we got $200 or $300. No money. Then it was $25 to $30 for toiletries. Then it jumped to $300-$400, $500, below $1,000, so forth and so on to where we're at now. I've seen the progress. So a person can sit back and say, this is messed up, and I can see how this was bad. But I also see from where it was to where it's now, there's been progress. And the Most High has always purged the work, purged the camp, purged what we're doing, so the body could grow more.
So what do you say to those people who were, I was offended, I was wrong, you did this to me, you did not do this for me, you hurt me, you betrayed me, I left, didn't really leave, because the Most High still opened my eyes, still see the things that I was taught, and because the scriptures are real, but now I'm living in the world where I'm coupling a little bit of this and a lot of the world. So what do you say to those people that I'm justifying my now life process because I was hurt and you did this wrong to me?
And my answer is I understand. And whether I myself did it or we're a product of a system, I can understand why people are hurt. That first generation, I completely understand. That first generation, those were some warriors. Because what they went through, everybody else after that was nothing compared to what that first generation went through.
Well, you can't. I don't think you can say nothing.
Well, I'm gonna say this. That's no different for me. It was something. It was something. I mean, comparison. Because you're right. Because when I came in, you're right about that. Because before I came in, men were getting kicked out of the school, and this is in New York, and they were getting thrown out of school, rolling down stairs like it was damn like it was Fresh Prince of Bel-Air or some shit like that. And there was no way I could have handled that. I think for the person, for what they can handle, it was difficult for them. But I saw extremes. And before me were greater extremes. How brothers would have to work out in like below the weather temperature, in ice and in snow just for workouts. Or they'd be street speaking, holding posts for 12, 13 hours a day. And that was doing the work 7 days a week. What people went through before me, I don't know if I could have hacked it either. But now, the guys that are angry, the guys that are pissed off, I can understand why, and they have their reasons, and it's not even about blaming them for their reasons, but I understand also. I would implore that to get them to understand that everybody had to sit back and suffer for this word to continue to go.
That it's for the new generation. The parents are supposed to suffer for the children, bro.
But this is the living sacrifice. Everybody talks about Romans 12:1, and that it sounds cute until we read it in Matthew 20 and 28.
Yeah.
That hit me on Monday because it was a strong statement. And it didn't really feel super good when you're listening to it.
Ransom.
Yeah, it says, somebody read that for me.
Matthew chapter 20.
I need you to read loud, sir.
Matthew chapter 20 and verse 28.
Mm-hmm.
Even as the Son of Man came, not to be ministered unto.
So Christ came not to be ministered to. So Christ didn't come here so people can serve him. Read on.
But to minister.
Christ came to serve others. Read on.
And to give his life as a ransom.
So he says Christ was supposed to give his life as a ransom. But when you look at the definition of ransom in the dictionary, ransom in definition number 4, it says in scripture, the price paid for a forfeited life. So you know what the reality is? We're supposed to be a ransom to the next generation. So you have to forfeit your shit so that the next generation can get this word. So the nuts and bolts of that and the mechanics of forfeiting your life is a pill that a lot of people didn't want to swallow. And I can understand that. But it doesn't mean the scripture didn't say it. I can understand why a person steps back. This is not about not understanding, but somebody has to forfeit their life so that this word continues and the right standard continues to survive. Because what ends up happening is, why do you think so many fractured camps gain traction? Because what would happen is, whatever their discontent was about a program, they would change what they were discontented with, or they would leave all the way together, and they would create an entire another doctrine based off their discontentment. Well, there's other, I'm not going to name names. It's not about naming names today, but a guy will sit back and say, now a man can only have one wife, and they'll create a doctrine off that because of what? Men who just didn't do it the right way. And now you want to decree that that's the only way it should be. That's not true. You just had a lot of damn beastly niggas who didn't use the scriptures right and weren't responsible for their decisions. So now I want to sit back here and create a doctrine off of that. That's not right. What's right is that a person should be taught the right way, and the standard of the camp should enforce how the house should be ran, versus taking the easy way out and just cutting it all out to make everybody happy and gather more followers.
Right.
Because that's what people do. And the challenging thing, as we continue on in the 2020s and beyond, can you keep the original traditions and the original doctrines that worked while shaving off and trimming the fat? That's not easy.
You gotta wear the brand.
Huh?
But you gotta be here.
You gotta be here, and you gotta fix it from within. That is the only way to fix it. You have to hang on and keep ransoming your shit off until you get a chance to fix what you know needed fixing.
And listen, and sometimes the Most High gotta come in and
well, the Most High does.
Listen, the Most High has, you have to wait. You literally have to wait till the Most High saves you. You're waiting for salvation.
Yes, and the Most High does it.
You have to sit there and stay in pocket, to keep building bonds with men that believe, keep fighting day to day, making sure the school's still going, make sure the door's still open, make sure young guys can still learn Christ is black.
But you still have to. Your life has to be a ransom until you get the opportunity. In order. Listen, what do you think was happening with David in these damn caves? You think David was in the cave for a couple weeks? He was in the cave for years, man. And he was the one that was right. He was on the run for years. His life was a ransom for years. Until the Most High opened the door for him to come into a position and do it the right way. Now, this is not about saying it's the right way now. What we're saying is, you know what? We have to keep having the mindset to keep trimming the fat so the Most High can keep honoring us.
And that's what,
because what ends up happening is, if I or him and Sham Shawan decide to stop trimming the fat, guess what's going to happen? Now I'm on the clock. And we get slid off. It's that simple. This is not about perfection. This is about, can we continue to be humble enough to keep being molded? Can we keep being molded? Can we sit back here and keep evolving growth while maintaining the standard that was right? A lot of people get disenfranchised and they give up on the entire process, and that's wrong. Because there's always been a lot of good in this program from before my time. But there has to be a willingness to stick through and suffer so that everybody can have something down the line. Somebody got to do it. There's no resentment on our end for the guys who sat back and stood in as long as they could. I get it. I get it. And there's no bitterness on our end for that scenario, for those decisions. The only hope is, hopefully one day, they can come back around and see there was a significant difference. Because you know what? It takes a lot more time for a group of people to grow than to individually one guy go make it. If I went in the world, I was 20, it's easy to go make bread and make money and survive. It's easy to do it on your own. It's hard to get 25 people to come up. It's hard to sit back here, men, women, children, families, and get everybody to get covered. That's hard. And it takes time, it takes planning, it takes humility, it takes work ethic.
Long nights.
Long nights, it takes maintaining that. We read it a while ago, I forgot what time, but it maintains that constant pressure to push forward. That constant pressure to push everybody forward. That's not easy. That takes time. And people also have to understand that. And what ends up happening is if a man sits back here, and this is the scary thing about leadership, if you sit back here and stop pushing, then that means it's your time to it's your time to back off or leave. But most people don't want to leave.
They don't.
So what's the most I do?
He has to cut the game.
Because if you don't keep pushing, if you don't keep changing, if you don't keep evolving, you're on the clock. Now it's another person's time to trailblaze and push it forward.
We're holding the nation back.
Because we're holding the nation back. We're holding productivity back.
Right.
And that's the truth. It's not about hard feelings or anger or resentment, but hey, progress has to keep being made.
And that's why we push the premise of intensifying the standard, shooting for gold, striving for gold. It's the only thing that keeps a person motivated. If we don't have a fighting for gold mindset, then it's easy to just sit back. You know what, man? I've done enough.
I'm gonna do what I want to do.
I've done enough. I have things I want to take care of too that are outside the truth. It's not wicked, but I got things I want to do too.
Yep. If we don't continue,
I have a life too.
If we don't keep the pressure on ourselves to keep evolving, then we stop. Years ago, brother would say, if you stop pushing, you get stagnant. And when you start to get stagnant, you start to rot and wither away like water. Water has to constantly be flowing. If not, it dies. Everything dies when you stop pushing. So that's the pressure we all have on ourselves to continue progress. Somebody has to show, somebody has to be here to show that working together and unifying does work. That was my mantra when all this crap went down in San Antonio. The first thought was somebody has to prove that unity and brotherhood and dedication works. Somebody has to prove that what we've done since the 90s and the 80s wasn't in vain. Because everything around us wants to disprove that unity and brotherhood and dedication doesn't work. And fighting for each other doesn't work. What we have to fight our butts off is to keep this from being church. You know how easy it is to sit back here and just say, just drop alms and everybody live their life and we just come together once, twice a week? That's what everybody else does. That's the easy way. And there's nothing wicked in it. There's nothing wicked in it. But somebody's got to show that coming together and creating a scenario and a source where we can all be together all the time is what we should all strive for. Just like what Paul said in chapter 9 or chapter 8 in Corinthians, where he said about I just want to read it because it was how he worded it initially in 2 Corinthians 8. He said
that would be perfect.
I speak not by commandment, but by occasion of the forwardness of others. That was verse 10. It said, hear it, and herein I give my advice, for this is expedient for you. Meaning, at this point, it's not about wickedness and righteousness, evil and wicked. This is expedient if you take heed. It's expedient to understand that working and living together is valuable. And there is a power in the interdependence of unity amongst the brothers. It is a power in the fact that my supply takes care of your want, and your supply takes care of my want. That is something that we should all strive for if possible. It's not about evil. It's not about you're nothing. It's a life that we should all strive for if it's possible. If you don't, it's cool. But somebody has to show that it can be done and that it is an option for Israelites to do. We can come together. We can create proper businesses. We can create proper established organizations so we can sit back and push forward and sustain one another.
7.
That has to be done. And back in the day, it was all sacrifice and nothing in return. But we have to prove that you can give all sacrifice and still have enough to sustain you and your family. That's the goal.
That's verse 14. What you just said is verse 14. Where you at?
Come. We read it earlier in the day.
Oh, we did. Oh.
We read earlier, like the beginning part of the first hour of class. That's the goal. Is that our supply can cover everybody else's want that comes around, and we can't stop. You know what's crazy? And like we brought earlier, I have seen the benefit of the unity. I have seen personally in my own eyes how this works, and I've seen the evolution, and I know it can work. I know it can work. And we're going to give our all to make sure it works. And then when we're gone, the next generation has to take it even further than us. And then when they're gone, the next generation has to take it further, or hopefully we're out of here by then. Either way, until that time happens, when the Lord comes, we have to be found so doing. That servant has to be found so doing. Anyway, we're in Deuteronomy, right?
Con.
Let's continue.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 19. When thou cuttest down thine harvest in thy field, and hast forgot a sheaf in the field, thou shalt not go again to bring it.
No mising. Read.
It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that the Most High thy power may bless thee in all the work of thine hands.
The Most High will continue to bless us if we make sure that we're giving to the poor or the widows. Read.
When thou beatest thine olive tree, thou shalt not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the stranger.
It should be for the what?
For the stranger.
Listen, even if it's not of your nation. It's not of the stranger's not of our nation, right?
Yep.
I still have to be a considerate human being.
Yep.
I have to be a better person than the nation.
Yep.
I can't operate like an Edomite. Esau is just created to show us what not to be. That's the fact.
What Esau does, if you go to his restaurants, they get taxed if they give away their food at the end of the night. They get taxed. They get penalized. So it's an incentive not to feed the needy.
Yeah, and it wasn't always like that. Because they literally, because they would have homeless come out there, and I would always ask them, why would y'all give this food to the people that they come out here? And so they would initially say that because they didn't want their, I guess, ingredients or how they constructed, how it was constructed. They didn't want that getting out, and then someone coming in taking that. I was like, if someone wanted this to steal it, they would just come buy it, and you wouldn't know who bought it.
Yeah, like McDowell's and McDonald's.
Right. Like, stop this foolishness, man.
What was the difference in that? What was the difference in that hamburger with the McDonald's burger and the McDowell's burger? What was the difference, Zach?
The sauce.
It was but in the movie he said he like put together the sandwich a little different. It was like a tomato over the lettuce versus the lettuce over the tomato. It was like stupid.
You know, it's a law though.
It was a symbol. I think McDowell's was the arc.
Yeah, it was the arches. Yeah, man.
That was the arches and McDowell's the arc.
Yeah, it was the arc and the arches, and it was how they put the meat and the sandwich and the onions together that was the difference too. It was real simple, dumb things.
No, they just find any excuse not to give, man.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
That's Esau. But we're not supposed to be that way. Whatever we have in excess should be allowed for people to take. Continue, keep going.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 20. When thou beatest thine olive tree, thou shalt not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When thou gatherest the grapes of thy vineyard, thou shalt not glean it afterward. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt.
Keep remembering where you come from.
So you don't sit back here and act high and mighty and be disconnected from your people. And disconnected from people who need. Continue.
Therefore I command thee to do this thing.
Because he knew we were about to blow up and lose our damn minds out. We were about to get to this promised land and lose and go plumb loco out. And act like we on some level.
That's that spirit Jake has, man.
Yeah, like cribs. You go to cribs, like them niggas
I'm still
is
in the
detached
hood.
from reality.
I'm still from the hood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm hood rich. Now I'm hood rich.
Yes.
That's what happened to Israel. Having things. Anyway, let's keep going to chapter 25. Next man. Oh, you finished?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was it. No, that was it.
Okay, you done. Okay, let's get to the next man. Let's pop. Oh, who was first? I'm not sure.
When did you?
Who was next? I'm not sure.
He came before me. Like how it is.
Okay, come on, Naga. We're just gonna go in order and get as many as we can out the way.
You crossed the threshold.
Okay, come on then, Tyler. He crossed the threshold. The threshold was crossed. No, he's got it. The threshold was crossed. A good one. That was a good one there.
That was a statement right there.
He's like, I kind of glitched. Was I like, okay, how supplied is it?
Tazapah, Shal Shabbatah, Rahaban, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Tazapah, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Rahaban, Ban Yashal. Imagine, bro. Yahweh Shem Yashal Barakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yashal Barakatah.
You got it. It's 2 o'clock, bro. It was way past that time, man. Okay, keep going.
Deuteronomy chapter 25 and verse 1. If there be a controversy between men, and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked.
Mm-hmm.
And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face.
Before the person who offended him's face. Read on.
According to his fault, by a certain number. 40 stripes he may give him, and not exceed.
Mm-hmm.
Lest, if he should exceed, and beat him above these which many stripes, then the brother should seem vile unto thee.
40's I don't know why 40 is a magic number, but so 45 is cruel, but 40 is okay, right?
For people be dying, right?
I know that. I know that. It's I guess it's past the person's threshold for pain. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 4. Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn.
Mm-hmm.
If brethren dwell together, and one of them die.
So anyway, verse 4 is also pulled in a New Testament, but thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn. Mean that ox should be able to eat and sustain himself based off how he's working. You can't just starve the animal that's busting his tail. Whether it's an animal or a human being, you got to pay a person what he's putting in and dedicating. We're in Central Time. We're in Texas, so we're at 140. We're on 58. But let's keep going.
Verse 5. If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger.
Mm-hmm.
Her husband's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother unto her.
Mm-hmm.
And it shall be, that the firstborn which she bare shall succeed in the name of his brother which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel. And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go unto the gate unto the elders, and say, my husband's brother refuseth to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother.
Why is that so important? Because that man's genealogy has to continue to go on, because that man's land is at stake. That what family is at stake if a man-child isn't raised up in their stead. Okay? Read on.
Then the elders of his city shall call him, and speak unto him. And if he stand to it, and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, so shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house.
Exactly, because it's a disgraceful thing for a man not to sit back and take that responsibility of his other brother to keep that family going. Okay, read on.
And his name shall be called in Israel the house of him that had his shoe loose.
This nigga got his shoe. He got his shoe loose. Act. No respect for this cat act. The shoe loose brother. Act.
He's slipping, man.
He's tripping. Act. Listen, and you know he's getting clown out because Jake gonna make you feel it out. Everybody gonna know that's the nigga that didn't want to do it. Anyway, let's keep going.
Verse 11.
I just stop saying that.
When men strive together one with another, and the wife of the one draweth near for to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smitted him, and putteth forth her hand, and taketh him by the secrets.
So this is what happens. Obviously, you got two men fighting, and a woman, the wife of one of them, is trying to break it up or defend her husband, and she grabs this cat by the jump. Read on.
Then thou shalt cut off her hand. Thy eye shall not pity her.
There you go. She ain't even supposed to touch another person's Johnson, even if it's in self-defense to her husband. Read on.
Thou shalt not have in thy bag divers weight, a great and a small.
Diverse weights is used to manipulate sales. Because back in those days when I would sit back and buy and sell with somebody, I could sit back here, and if I have diverse weights, I can manipulate what people think the size of the weights are. So if I got a balance scale, if I'm sitting back, I said it earlier about if I have a bag that's supposed to be, I'm selling 30 pounds worth of barley, but my weight that's really 30 is really a 40-pound weight. Now all of a sudden I'm getting 10 extra pounds of barley for free because I'm using diverse weights. And he says, don't do that because that's wickedness. That diverse weight system is good. But you know, that's some of them 3-car Monty brothers out there. Them cats that always got a way to sit back and hustle the system coming up.
My uncles used to do that when they used to collect cans.
Mm-hmm.
They would put sand in the cans.
Ha!
So when they took them to the factory, it'd be heavy.
Those is diverse weights. Oh man, that's crazy. That's smart.
Right.
How much sand did he put in there? Like a quarter of
Not
it?
a lot.
Yeah, you couldn't put too much where it's obvious.
Nah.
So you making like $30 more or something like that?
Yep.
That's our people, man. Whatever I gotta do to come up and make more, he's like, be straight up about your business. Read on.
Verse 14.
That's crazy, man.
Thou shalt not have in thy house divers measures, a great and a small, but thou shalt have a perfect and just weight. A perfect and just measure shalt thou have, that thy days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord thy power giveth thee. For all that do such things, and all that do unrighteously, are an abomination unto the Lord thy power.
It's an abominable act to sit back and take advantage of your people. It's an abominable act to sit back here and not be straight with them. Diverse weights is still about not being straight. It's about being crooked. Saying one thing but meaning another. Whether it's in business or it's in communication, it's the same thing. Okay? Read on.
Verse 17. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt, how he met thee by the way, and smote the hindmost of thee, even all that were feeble behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not the power.
This is when we were sitting back here and going down towards Sinai. When we were weak, we didn't have water, and they were trying to take advantage of us at a low point. This is right after we left Egypt. Okay, read on.
Therefore it shall be, when the Lord thy power had given thee rest from all thy enemies round about, in the land which the Lord thy power giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Thou shalt not forget it.
Meaning he says, once you guys get settled in your own land, go back and get these cats.
Don't forget that nigga.
Even though we took them out, there was still some more left. But listen, when the Most High wants you, he wants all of you dead. He wants the whole family's dead. For some reason, it was Canaan. He hated Canaan. Canaan and Amalek, he wanted gone. Okay. That's it for that chapter, sir. I think we're about to be done. But I want to. Isn't there a scripture that says when a man entered? Yeah. I'll send them to you. I'll send them to you. It's about marriage. Brothers about sex is marriage. Yeah, we'll go into that's in Exodus. And matter of fact, Exodus 21. I'll give you the verses. Are there any other questions? The 22s. One second. Any other questions, you guys, about the topic or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Listen, I'll send those to you at a different time, probably tonight. If there's no other questions, listen, we're going to send our prayers up. Amajim, Wapanya, Yerushalayim. Rise and face the east, or Jerusalem. Let's go. Type this in. Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. Okay. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name Yahushai.
In the name Yahushai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah
Send Micah Allah
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over,
watch over,
bless,
bless,
heal,
heal,
protect,
protect,
and make strong
and make strong
the people of
the
Yasharallah.
people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us
Also send unto us
much wisdom,
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much knowledge,
much understanding,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience,
much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood,
much brotherhood,
and much love,
and much love,
spiritual power,
spiritual power,
and forgive all of our sins.
forgive all of our sins.
Yahushua, come quickly,
Yahushua, come quickly,
for in thee
for in thee
is our hope,
is our hope,
always,
always,
and forever.
and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Okay. Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathal-Lanawa.
Nathal-Lanawa.
Hathawara.
Hathawara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name Yahushai, that gives to us the law. Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathal-Lanawa.
Nathal-Lanawa.
Award. Lava'ah.
Lava'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name Yahushai, that gives us the light to see. Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathal-Lanawa.
Nathal-Lanawa.
Ha'ayah.
Ha'ayah.
Korah.
Korah.
La-Korah.
La-Korah.
Ha'ai.
Ha'ai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name Yahushai, that gives us a ram's horn to call the people. Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathal-Lanawa.
Nathal-Lanawa.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayat.
Zayat.
Lamashach.
Lamashach.
Yasharallah.
Yahshua.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name Yahushai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Okay. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
and to sing praise unto thy name,
and to sing praise unto thy name,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
to show forth thy loving kindness
show forth thy loving kindness
in the morning,
and
thy faithfulness every night,
thy faithfulness every night,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
and upon the psaltery,
and upon the psaltery,
upon the harp,
upon the harp,
with a solemn sound.
with a solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
Thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works,
how great are thy works,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not,
A brutish man knoweth not,
neither doth a fool understand this.
neither does the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass,
When the wicked spring as the grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
most high forevermore,
For lo, thine enemies,
below thine enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo, thine enemies shall perish.
below thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire on mine enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ears shall hear
And my ears shall hear
the desire of the wicked
the desire of the wicked
that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of thy power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
I shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
They shall be fat and flourishing.
to show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my rock.
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
While Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar,
Sayar.
Hama'ayawa,
Hama Iowa.
Ladawad,
Latawad.
Hana,
Hanan.
Ma,
Ma.
Tawab,
Tawab.
Wama,
Wama.
Na'ayam,
Ayam.
Shabbat,
Shabbat.
Akim,
Akim.
Gam,
Gam.
Yachad,
Had.
Kashaman,
Kashaman.
Hatawab,
Hatawab.
Ayo,
Ayo.
Hara'ash,
Hara'ash.
Yarad,
Yarad.
Ayo,
Ayo.
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan.
Zakwan,
Zakwan.
Aharad,
Aharad.
Shayarad,
Shayarad.
Ayo,
Ayo.
Haya,
Haya.
Manawathyawa,
Ayawakiwa.
Katal,
Katal.
Haramwan,
Rama.
Shayaran,
Sayarad.
Ayo,
Ayo.
Haroya,
Raya.
Tazayawan,
Zayawan.
Kaya,
Kaya.
Sham,
Sham.
Tazawa,
Tazawa.
Yahweh,
Yahweh.
Af, Habaraka,
Abaraka.
Chayayim,
Chayayim.
Ay,
Ay.
Halawalam,
Ayalam.
by Hashem Yahushua.
Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the beard. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commandeth the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wa'achanawa, Wa'ashralia, Wa'biyat, support, turn. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wa'achanawa, Wa'ashralia, Wa'biyat, support, turn. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wa'achanawa, Wa'ashralia, Wa'biyat, support. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wa'achanawa, Wa'ashralia, Wa'biyat, support. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushua. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushua. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushua. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushua. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all mercy, all patience, all power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. By Hashem, Yahushua, the water, Yah. Amen. Salute out in heavenly order. Yahweh, Wa Yahushua, Wa Call Yashala, men of Israel. Amen. Rock. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Barakatah. Kwam Yashala. Kwam Yashala. Kwam Yashala. Kwam Yashala. Kwam Yashala. Kwam Yashala. That's my top. Turn to face the sisters. I'm Shabbat. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amajim, Barak, Yahweh Shemayim, Ba'ashem Yahushai. Yashmatap, dismissed. Fall up. Israel, shalom. Throughout for tuning in. See y'all on Monday. Shalom.